যদি সবাই ফিরে যায়, ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা সবাই ফিরে যায়, যদি গহন পথে যাওয়ার কালে কেউ ফিরে না যায়, তবে পথের কাটা তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে, তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে, যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে। যদি আলো না ধরে, ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা আলো না ধরে, যদি ঝড় বাদলে আধার রাতে দুয়ার দেয় ঘরে, তবে বজ্রা দলে আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা চলো রে, আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা চলো রে, যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে। একলা চলো, একলা চলো, একলা চলো, একলা চলো রে।
Hi guys, thank you for joining the live stream. I hope the audio is coming fine. It is coming fine, right? Yeah, it is coming fine. So today, after a long time, we are going to discuss the Oxford debates, and after a long time, we are going to discuss Islam a little. I love checking out Muslim Islamic debaters because it's so weird and funny. It's like every rule of an honest debate going haywire, and the it's sort of a looking at Muslim debaters is like looking at a competition in who can be the most dishonest in a debate and most sleazy and sneaky in a debate. Tendencies which everyone has to some degree in any debate, defending their side. But Islamic debaters are special because all they are after in any debate is just a loophole. All they are after usually is going after definitions, changing the definition when required, or staying in the lane of whatever is the chosen topic, etc. And then by choosing to stay in that topic, defending Islam, and then the next day in another debate, completely ignoring the premise of the previous day's debate and defending Islam in another way. So when usually debates happen, people usually are adept at debating any one side unless it's an activist. When it comes to Islamic debaters, they are almost everyone are just activists and not simply honest, curious people in the art of debating. That's not even a criticism. The criticism is that in the end, since their goal is to defend Islam, in that you will find if you judge them individually, then you have to consider all of them to be dishonest actors in the conversation because none of them have given a coherent line of argument which can apply to all of their counter arguments or all the counter arguments that they face or all their detractors. Okay, every Islamic debater can debate one kind of argument forever and they will win that. For example, there's one line of argument which says that yeah, all the violent stuff you are talking about is in fact true. It's just applicable for the Sharia compliant countries or wherever there is Sharia, and if at all there is Sharia, yes, we will follow them. That doesn't mean I will bring that culture to England and USA. I'm just a nice, cool little Muslim here. I'm not bringing that culture here. In fact, Islam tells me to follow the law of the land, so I'm going to do just that, follow American laws and be a good Muslim. But if it comes to Sharia law, yes, we will do that. The other side is the much more younger and the more urban side, which debates only in urban spaces, so they can get away with saying things like, no, actually none of that in fact is even written or recommended in Islam. And they say it pretty blatantly that yeah, every wrong action that you have seen Muslims do, all of that is a misinterpretation of Islam. They simply don't know Islam. They are not true Muslims. And both of these lines of arguments, both of the kinds of people who make these lines of argument will go hand in hand, celebrate and pretend like there in fact is no fundamental disagreement between them. Bhavani Flame is asking, what do you think of Shahzad Poonawalla removing all references to BJP from his social media? I don't know. On WhatsApp, he's still going on campaigning in his WhatsApp stories, putting up like talking points and stuff. That seemed like pretty much a BJP thing to do. So maybe on Twitter, maybe thoda bahut bawal hua hai. So the first speaker takes a little time to warm up, but after that, it does become one of the best debates I've ever seen. One of the most fun debates I've ever seen because it was borderline UFC. So it goes pretty close to becoming a fist fight every now and then. So that's fun. Okay, that's a lot of fun. Okay, let's start.
I'm pleased to open this evening's debate.
Dana White, the head of UFC, president of UFC says that every sport in the end goes down to MMA and UFC like things because everyone wants to do just that. The referee is preventing them from doing that. And then this debate is not one of the most intelligent debates you'll see. But it's in fact people like Tommy Robinson who give the better arguments here. But the best of the Oxford students on the other side give absolutely crap arguments. They usually don't. In this case, they do. But even when such a debate takes place, you must remember that not everything is cool. Not everything is hunky-dory. There are huge numbers of protesters outside, and somebody got attacked. And this video was in fact not being put up. They had to kind of pester them. There was an online campaign for this to be released.
And I'm pleased to call on Mr. Oliver Jones-Lyons to open the debate for the proposition. Mr. Jones-Lyons.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It'd be remiss of me not to begin by noting what an honour it is to be speaking today in what will ultimately prove to be one of those historic debates that shows why this place matters. Despite external pressure, internal pressure, political machinations, and every type of motion under the sun, this House voted clearly and decisively 2 weeks in a row to have this debate and live up to this society's name of being the last bastion of free speech. We are here tonight because that principle matters and this motion matters. I rise to propose a motion that this House believes the West is right to be suspicious of Islam.
So like I was saying, this guy is more on the softer side, but it gets aggressive because the other side kind of started doing the unparliamentary things first. They were a little sassy and disrespectful. Then the guys on the anti-Islam side did not let it go at all. But you will see recurring themes of arguments repetitively. But you will see that even in Oxford Union, the students, they give such hilariously dishonest and bad arguments.
The rise of Islam in the West has been the most notable and significant demographic change in the West over the course of the last few decades. Its effects, both positive and negative, are well known. But if we are fully honest with ourselves, it is certainly not a secret that the West is in fact suspicious of Islam. Tonight, the proposition will not cower away from the issue being debated here. It is not whether the enlightened West should be suspicious of every religion. It's about Islam. The burden for side proposition will be to prove the good reason exists to find uniquely...
Yeah, this is going to be one of the recurring themes, okay, guys? The actual proposition is that whether the West needs to be suspicious of Islam or not, and the pro-Islam side will go on conflating that to mean whether the West needs to be suspicious of Muslims or not, and that has a whole other meaning. And let's say the anti-Islam side here, just for convenience, that side will pretty much spend their entire time reminding the other side that, hey, wait, the topic is about Islam, not Muslims. Islam, not Muslims. Otherwise, we would have called it, does the West need to be suspicious of Muslims? The topic is not that. They will try to mix them up.
justifiable reasons to be suspicious in the religion of Islam. It's my belief those good reasons exist. It's my hope that this debate won't descend into being a series of increasingly technical, theological gotchas, nor the slinging around of anecdotes. This debate, if it is to be honest, will examine how Muslims actually live their lives in accordance with their beliefs and the teachings of their faith and its leaders. Members of the House, I will set out during my speech the incompatibility of Islam with the values of religious tolerance and pluralism that underpin our society. I will then set out how Islam is more widely irreconcilable with the fundamental principles of Western liberal democratic society. And I will end with a call to action. This discussion should not be as fraught or as, well, frankly, you can hear it, as protested as it has been. And fundamentally, the West must move back to its fundamentally liberal roots and accept that no culture, no religion, no belief may not be subject to the scrutiny of reason and virtue. But before that, Mr. Chair, it is my obligation to introduce speakers on side opposition to this honourable House. In the Union, we have a tradition of introducing the opposition speakers via roast. Given, however, it's the last week of term, and I'm feeling in a very, unlike the protesters tonight, constructive mood, I thought I'd say some thank yous. Firstly, you will hear from Aisha Khan Aziz, the Union's Chief Negotiations Officer. I'd like to thank Aisha for her work on this debate. She seems to have an extensive amount of contacts in the global Muslim community and some very entertaining anecdotes about every
Extensive contacts. Now, her father is not a Pakistani general. I checked. I thought that would be it. I think her father moved here before she was born.
However, the way Aisha could be more helpful to any future president she may serve is perhaps by improving her matchmaking skills, by finding them a, and I must emphasize, quote, snuggle buddy, who won't dedicate eight weeks to jettisoning their partner's biggest debate. Next up will be Michael Doward. Michael is a podcaster from Luton. I'd like to thank Mr. Doward for being willing to speak in this debate, despite all the difficulties and pressures.
The famous Luton. Abhay saying, at least see my comment. Yes, I saw the comment. What's the Nasrin's speech? Did you go? Is the speech up on YouTube already? I'll see her tomorrow. I'll meet her tomorrow with some other guests as well. So I could not find the passes for the event.
Many speakers on this side of face.
I tried asking about it in the beginning. There was a lot of demand for these passes. So I thought, let's not put too much effort into this.
Also here, though, despite both supporting Luton Town, that Mr. Doward may not exactly share many other views with his fellow Hatter on side proposition. Then you will hear from Sir Rees-Mogg, Sir Jacob, I was corrected outside. I'd like to thank Sir Jacob for being a tireless defender of both this debate and freedom of speech. My biggest concern, having heard Sir Jacob in my first debate as a fresher, was that he was debating on side opposition and that he decided to go woke. But then I realized there is nothing woke about defending the right of all peoples to practice ultra-conservative values that should have been left in the 19th century. Something Sir Jacob is famously familiar with. Next up will be Abdullah Al-Andalusi. Much like many of the faces on side proposition, Mr. Andalusi has been a vocal defender of the president's decision to have this debate. And I want to be absolutely clear that having the balls to defend your faith and put up Mr. Andalusi is so popular in the Muslim community for being its answer to, I hate to say I'm quoting Muslim committee members here, who is the Muslim Tommy Robinson? And finally, you will hear from our president, Orwell Reyes. Most of my job this term has been what we have begun colloquially referring to as Orwell glazing. But I'll do it again one last time. Always the bravery and courage she has exhibited to stay steadfast in the face of all, from every hourly press request, to every daily smear campaign, to every weekly motion challenging her authority and her decisions, exemplifies exactly what this institution is about.
So he's talking about the president of the Oxford Union, a Palestinian Muslim girl who will debate from the pro-Muslim side. These are young kids, so yes, their brain can be underdeveloped in some contexts, or at least not developed enough as of yet. But he is being courteous and very generous to that girl. That girl, you will see, in the end, is just a very young girl. She just makes cutely, naively bad arguments about Islam. She is the one who actually makes it clear here that yes, all of that stuff is just wrong Islam. They are completely misrepresenting it. ISIS is not Islam at all. So let's say Islam is the religion of the most numbers of misunderstanders. somebody needs to diagnose the reason for this number of misunderstanding. And also that side keeps on countering the anti-Islam side by saying that, oh, that bad thing happened under Christianity, oh, the Crusades happened. So at a time, the bad things allegedly found in Islamic texts are not written there. They are just misinterpretations, or they are there and they are allegedly going to be followed in a Sharia compliant state. And also, they are not there, but you Christians did it. But if you Christians did it, that doesn't mean we did it. But even if we did it, since we all did it, so how about you let this one go?
I hate to say, she's not getting off that easy. If nothing else, if her desired career as a Green Member of Parliament fails, I'm sure after...
Yes, Savarkar is the... Tommy Robinson is the Savarkar of Europe. And he has not written the books, but he can speak and argue and organize people. That is why he's the Savarkar of Europe, not for any other reason.
...term, she'll enjoy a safe backstop in Reform UK. Mr. Chair, Madam President, these are your guests and they are most welcome. Debates about exclusivism are familiar to any student of philosophy. Islam, as many religions do, has a doctrine that is the final revelation of truth, and that all of our revelation is either not divine, not final, or simply wrong. This is unusual, but Islam presents a unique challenge to the secular liberal order. While many belief systems engage in internal moral dialogue, Islam encompasses an overarching political and legal framework referred to as Sharia that makes explicit, actionable demands on the governance of the state. This system includes a system of taxation called, and I'm aware I'm going to butcher this, but jizya, whereby non-Muslims are in Muslim lands, as envisaged by the Quran, required to pay a tax for the extension of freedom of belief and the right to autonomy of life. We talk a lot about how we should be tolerant, how we should be accepting of beliefs, and I'm sure that different presentations of Islamic law will be presented when we examine concepts like the jizya or specific jurisprudence regarding apostasy. We need not trade quotes from scripture. We can debate the more essential tension between a political doctrine.
Yes, Mako, Christianity might have done that, but the debate is mainly, if we talk just the Oxford Union context, then it's about whether the West today should be worried about Islam today or not. Since a lot of it is about today. Today, yeah, Crusades, equivalent things are of course happening. USA's actions in the Middle East.
That legally categorizes citizens by their faith status and the Western liberal system that mandates equality under law regardless of belief. Take jizya. It is not fundamentally liberal. And is it not fundamentally liberal and Western to believe in discriminatory taxes against those of different faiths that are a requirement to be guaranteed the most basic of what we in the West would call human rights, such as the right to even lights up? Feel free.
It's not discriminatory taxes. It's that in the Islamic State, there's only one level of citizenship. Non-Muslims are the citizens. Muslims are the subjects of the state. We have obligations to the state that non-Muslims are not subject to. And if you go to Pakistan, for example, they have some aspects of Islamic law there. In the constitution, Muslims are not allowed to drink alcohol. But Pakistani Christians are actually...
This is going to be one fun argument, guys. Check this out, especially Manusmriti lovers, especially people who argue that Manusmriti is more oppressive towards Brahmins. Check out this surprise.
Allowed to drink alcohol and follow their practices. So if anything, an Islamic State is more oppressive to Muslims than it is to non-Muslims.
You are not allowed to drink alcohol as a Muslim in Pakistan. At least it's illegal for you to do so. But for a Christian, it is legal for you. Therefore, Christians are having a better time in Pakistan than Muslims, guys.
So what you're saying is fundamentally there is a discrimination there between Muslim and non-Muslims. This is but one example. Scholars may disagree on the interpretation of various verses of the Quran and hadiths from, again, a quote, kill the polytheists wherever you find them in Surah 9:5, to, quote, whoever changes religion, put him to death, in the words of the Prophet Muhammad in the hadiths. But with these verses, even if not literal instructions, go on.
In the surah that you mentioned, the verse of the sword, sorry, can you recite the verse that comes before it and then also the verse that comes after it? And are you willing to accept that that verse was given in a very specific time regarding a very specific tribe that burnt or prevented?
This is the president of the Oxford Union, okay? She's a Palestinian British Palestinian Muslim.
Muslims, that is not a universal command upon all Muslims.
I think I'm about to get that. But ultimately, these verses, even if not literal instructions, even if not divine law, tell you something about the fundamental difference between Islam and other faiths. Islam is a totalizing religion. Non-believers are expected to convert or render inferior, not in the
I love how he looks like a younger Sir Roger Scruton.
divine realm above, but here on earth. Polytheists, apostates, and all of the other deserving exclusion or worse. This brings me quite nicely to my second point. Ultimately, I could list countless examples of how Muslim majority countries treat non-believers, how it is potentially lethal in countries like Syria to be a Jew or religious minority, how Iran hangs homosexuals, how countries like Qatar and Saudi Arabia subjugate women through passport controls moderated by male guardianship schemes. But it'd be the same old tired criticism. I want us to think about this differently and honestly. We can put this down to, as I'm sure side proposition will, local anomalies or distorted interpretations. Yet nearly 80% of the world's Muslim population live in states where these frameworks are not just abstract theory, but the law of the land. We must grapple with this reality. We can observe the outcome of this doctrine, where it is empowered to govern through the very same people who profess its teachings. If that practical truth is the standard of governance in the vast majority of the Muslim world, why should we, as a liberal society, treat the expansion of that system as if the outcome would be any different? Most concerningly, political Islam, once dismissed as being crazy and as fringe as the conspiracy of the Epstein files, is now being normalized as a policy end by an insurgent Green Party. The idea of Islam as a political ideology certainly isn't new, but the open pursuit of it by parliamentary hopefuls, moving from the streets to the hall of government, should concern anyone who values our secular democracy. When the stated goal of a movement is to institutionalize its legal framework, to replace existing statutes with an alternative code, we are no longer discussing a religion but a political competitor.
Native Buiragato is saying, I don't think so, just because he has the ability to speak and rile people up. More for the fact that he can speak or talk about something which is ahead of its time. Yeah, I know what you mean. Definitely, he has kind of an easier life than Savarkar, but Savarkar also was getting hounded since he was 16 years old, and self-declared Gandhian historian of UCLA, Dr. Janki Bakle, says this herself, that Savarkar was practically under surveillance ever since he was 16 years old, and you know the rest anyway. But on the other hand, it doesn't take much to rile up masses or a crowd. You know, people like in Bengal get riled up by Abhishek Banerjee. Just say, Khela hobe to, khela hobe. Yeah, and everyone is losing their minds and panties are dropping and people are going crazy. Lungis are flying in the air. And Tommy, on the other hand, is very erudite, articulate. And this guy interviewed Tapan Ghosh, of all people, in 2017, when Tapan Ghosh went to give a speech in Parliament and a speech at the British Parliament. And Tapan Ghosh quit BJP. He founded the Hindu Sanghati in Bengal, which kind of was the mentoring platform for all the major later Sangh affiliated ground level organizations for Hindus that came up in Bengal. All of the ones that would help in riot relief and stuff, sheltering people, riot victims, all of that stuff. Today is done by people who got mentored by Tapan Ghosh. And he interviewed that guy, had a nice conversation, and then he has so many debates. He goes around convincing people. He's always on the street as effective in front of a debater, as effective in front of an interviewer, as effective.
Finally, I wouldn't leave you a point. It's my choice as it is your choice to be suspicious of Islam or not. But let's not act like we really treat it that way. The West has got into this unfortunate habit of thinking tolerance means protection, avoidance of scrutiny, and avoidance of uncomfortable conversations. To be clear, faith is a choice. I have faith. I'm certainly not an atheist. But I expect, and nor should anyone expect, any accommodation, nor safe space. The freedom for faith incurs the liability of criticism. If truly we shouldn't be suspicious of Islam, then why the visceral backlash that you can hear right now to this debate? Why do more Muslims not see this debate how our president does? Look at the 5 pillars poll as an example of how the Muslim world sees this very important debate? What about how the honourable gentleman sitting right there sees it as an opportunity to defend his religion? The UK, feel free.
The initial 5 minutes polls pointed 66% of Muslims were supportive of this debate going through.
And then they found out the speakers and they changed it. The UK,
They knew about Tommy.
they knew about Tommy, and that was one side. The UK regards, quote, religion or belief as a protected characteristic. But no belief system should be protected from inquiry. You should have the freedom to practice. I should have the freedom to criticize, scrutinize, or in fact condemn. Religions are systems of propositions, political, philosophical, personal, and ultimately ontological. One can certainly be suspicious of Islam, and I hate to say you are allowed. It's not bigotry, it's not far right. How can a system of belief that demands the discrimination of apostates be compatible with a secular order based on equality and rights? How can a religious order that imposes subjugation as morality be compatible with a liberal democratic order? Members of the House, if you, like me, can't answer those questions, then vote for this motion. Go on.
On every measure of British values polled last year, democracy, equality before the law, loyalty to this country, opposition to
So this guy was being courteous and was taking so many questions during his speech. Then the next girl who comes up from that side doesn't do that at all. And from then onwards, it's practically UFC trash talking when the debate gets fun, okay?
British Muslims scored higher than the British average. Will the speaker concede that the community he is asking us to be suspicious of is holding the line on the values he claims to defend?
I would direct the president to other polls, including the polls about whether October 7th actually happened, the polls about whether 9/11 was staged by the American government, the polls about the basics of British values, democracy, freedom, and I'll leave it there because I'd already finished my speech.
I thank the honourable gentleman for opening the debate for the proposition, and I call upon Aisha Khan Aziz to open the debate for the opposition.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I am a history student. I love digging up the past, though not as much as some people who have studied every terrorist attack since 9/11 and yet somehow missed the 12 centuries of Islamic history that came before. But since we are doing history, let me give you Cato the Elder. Since the Westlites route.
Okay, guys, 1200s of Islamic history before. Yeah, how did that turn out for us?
Itself in its Greco-Roman traditions. Cato ended every speech in the Roman Senate on grain prices or foreign policy with the same line: Carthago delenda est. Carthage must be destroyed. He never argued it or proved it, he just repeated it, incessantly and relentlessly, until the Senate felt it in their bones, until Carthage felt inevitable. Eventually they went and burned it to the ground and salted the earth so nothing would grow again. We do not have to go back 2,000 years to see how this ends. We can look at simply last week in Belfast. A stabbing on a street left a man fighting for his life at the hands of a Sudanese refugee here on a legal residence permit. Within 48 hours, mobs were going from door to door looking for them. 27 people were made homeless overnight. A Ukrainian family burned out. Muslim parents who were asking their white neighbors to keep their children safe while they stayed in their houses and waited for the inferno to come. A 2-month-old baby was pulled from a burning house by firefighters. Northern Ireland's Justice Minister said it plainly. Bad faith actors who could not have found Belfast on a map a week earlier were deliberately stoking people onto the streets, and that is the absolute definition of racism.
So we are talking about the equivalent of a Gujarat riot, but we're not talking about the equivalent of the Godhra train burning.
But before I make that case in full, let me acknowledge the distinguished bench in front of me tonight. Oliver JL, I begin with you. You dropped out of your GDL course to spend more time unemployed at the Oxford Union. And given how many times a Muslim candidate has stood between you and the position you actually wanted here in the Union, perhaps tonight's motion perhaps tonight's motion is less about the West's relationship with Islam and more about yours. Stephen Yaxley Lennon, known to his hooligans as Tommy Robinson, Stephen, there is a crowd outside rioting against you tonight, and without the protection and generosity of a Muslim Palestinian president and a mostly South Asian executive committee, you would be quite literally cooked.
What did she just say, guys? She just made a call for violence. She literally threatened Tommy here, right here, and they ignored it. They won't ignore it later on when another guy gives a kind of a more indirect call for violence, but that was in the context of a debate. But they deliberately misconstrued it to be a call for violence and then protested against it. But in this case, this was actually a call for violence, and they didn't say anything about it because they kind of let it go because she's a young girl. She's just a kid in front of them, especially she's addressing Tommy. She's a kid in front of Tommy. And Tommy can't say, wait, that was a call for violence. I guess that's why he lets this go. Otherwise, what the hell does literally getting cooked mean? She is saying the South Asian executives in the Oxford Union Committee and the Palestinian British president of the Oxford Union, they prevented. They were the police, you know. The London police didn't prevent this, or wherever Oxford is. It's the Palestinian Muslim young girl of about 4 feet. It's she who prevented those protesters outside and saved Tommy Robinson from getting, quote unquote, literally cooked. And she's saying this in a debate. And she is defending the most, quote unquote, misunderstood religion in the world.
Then Lawrence Fox, actor, politician. However, I think his most memorable role might be the ex-husband of Doctor Who's Rose Tyler, founder of the Reclaim Party, which at the last general election reclaimed approximately 0.02% of the British vote. Also a former GB.
Okay, so right now her argument is that one of her opponents in this debate represents a party which got 0.02% of the votes. Okay, so therefore her claim is that the alleged far right of England is not very successful politically. On the other hand, their argument is that the far right is here. We are practically facing threats every day. Islamophobia is just another, the most common or the only allowed, only legal and socially permissible tool of discrimination today extant in the Western world. That's her argument. At the same time, it's an argument that the far right doesn't really exist in the country politically.
News presenter, former, because GB News let him go, which, if you know anything about GB News, says something quite specific about the threshold. Finally, Jonathan Sacradotti, a core memory of my Michaelmas 2024 Oxford Union experience. However, you wrote an article in The Spectator merely 2 days ago. There, you insist sharing a panel with Stephen Yaxley Lennon is not a reflection on you, and that guilt by association is beneath serious argument, only to spend the rest of the piece asking Muslims to wear the guilt of a minority who share nothing with them but a faith. You cannot demand that logic for yourself, Jonathan, and deny it to everyone else in the room.
Information. My argument was with the ideology of Islam, not with individual Muslims.
I read the article and it was a bit very self-apologetic about speaking here tonight. Mr. Chair, these are Madam Speaker's guests, and in the spirit of free speech, they are most welcome. The proposition's argument is seductive. It says, look at the threat, look at the attacks. Suspicion is just and prudence. I do not need to deny that Islamist terrorism or an Islamist threat is real. I need to show you that collective suspicion of Islam is irrational, counterproductive, and morally catastrophic. So let us be inductive. Let us look at what that suspicion actually produces. After 9/11, the West treated Islam as a civilizational enemy and called that suspicion prudence. The result was not safety. It was Abu Ghraib, it was Guantanamo Bay, men who were held for decades without charge, men like Ahmed Rabbani, a taxi driver from Karachi.
So the argument again is that, yeah, we don't do bad things. It's all a misunderstanding. But even if we do bad things, you have done bad things too.
sold to the Americans for $5,000 because they thought he was someone else. 20 years in a cage, and he never once was charged. His son Jawad grew up on a 15-minute phone call a year, a father who would only say he is in jail. At 13, Jawad went on the dark web to watch his father's torture videos. For years, he believed his father must have deserved it because, in his words, you don't torture anyone for no reason. He did not meet his father until 2023. A grown man meeting a stranger at an airport because suspicion took his father before he was even born. That is what suspicion produces.
Yeah, guys, USA has flawed POW policies or war crime policies. They do not, in fact, have a policy. Whatever the policy they do have, they violate it all the time. Therefore, do not be suspicious of Islam.
Not security, but the very monster it claims to defend against, and a childhood stolen from a boy who committed no crime either. When it is not states, but ordinary people who act on it, the ledger is just as damning. 2 genocides of Muslims in 30 years, Bosnia in 1995, Myanmar in 2017, a pogrom in Delhi in 2020, all...
A pogrom in Delhi in 2020. Really?
Fed by the same elemental claim that the proposition is making tonight, that Muslims are foreign, violent, a threat by nature rather than by individual acts.
So guys, any non-Indian listening to this, there was no pogrom in Delhi in 2020. It was a planned attack on civilians and security personnel. Stone pelting was pre-planned. Stones were kept stacked, and to be thrown the next day. An intelligence officer died at the hands of a then politician.
The motion, at its core, is Samuel Huntington's argument, which is the clash of civilizations, Islam and the West, placed as mortal enemies
There I agree, yes. Huntington is wrong on this.
in a struggle that only one side can win. Published in 1993, it has shaped Western policy for 30 years. So let us test it against the evidence. The evidence, they say, is ISIS, Palmyra, the Bamia Buddhas. Look, here is the clash. Here is why suspicion is rational. All they do is destroy. So let me take them to Jerusalem. In the Al-Aqsa complex, which is the third holiest site in Islam, there are Gothic rose windows. Crusader stonework preserved by Muslim custodians for 8 centuries. Salahuddin Ayyubi took Jerusalem in 1187 and left the Christian stonework standing. That is not a clash of civilizations.
Preserved, guys, preserved. The Gothic architecture in Al-Aqsa is preserved in the same way that Hindu architecture at the Gyanvapi Mosque is preserved, and Hindu architecture at the Qutub Minar is preserved, and the Hindu architecture at the Adina Mosque in Murshidabad is preserved. In that same way, it's preserved.
And what did Erdogan do to Hagia Sophia?
I'm talking about Jerusalem. The evidence and denied. The Bamia, when the Taliban first proposed destroying the Buddhas, scholars from Al-Azhar University in Cairo flew to Kandahar to argue against it on theological grounds.
This preserved thing is really fun. It's for your own good. I'm taking over your place of worship to preserve it. It's like the parent who beats the shit out of you. You have a blue eye and a broken elbow, takes you to the hospital and then says it was for your own good. So you see, the Gyanvapi Mandir was taken over and converted into a mosque to preserve that architecture. Otherwise, it would not have been preserved.
Hazara Muslims took up arms to protect them. That tradition tried...
Hazara Muslims. Hazara Muslims, really. I think Hazara Muslims know as much about Islam as this girl does. So Hazara Muslims took up arms to protect the Bamiyan idols of the Buddha, tried to protect it from the Taliban.
Harder to save those statues than the West ever did. Which brings me to Palmyra. The man who died trying to save it was an 81-year-old Muslim man, tortured for a month and beheaded for refusing to talk. So who is Islamist violence actually killing? Not the West. It's Muslims.
Who is Islamist violence killing? Who died in Godra? Muslims everywhere. So Shagnik is asking, why are we even watching this? So that we know what the arguments are on the other side. What are the updates? Ash, I disagree with you a little. There is a degree of difference in the British Museum argument, because in most of the situations, they genuinely were doing it for conservation. They were digging it out from 10 feet under the ground. That was a conservation mindset. That was not a thievery mindset. It was not dacoits going around finding all that stuff, archaeological stuff. Dacoits don't spend days and hours digging and studying up the history surrounding it just to steal it and sell it to somebody. There was a difference. And that was a conservation thing. And they thought, yeah, nobody else is conserving this. It's fucking under the ground, or it's covered up in by trees. Who gives a shit? So I'll just take it home with me.
91% of everyone killed by Islamist terrorism is Muslim. The Taliban has killed 69,000 people, ISIS 58,000, Boko Haram 25,000 people, all of them nearly Muslim, killed by men who called themselves the only true Muslims on earth. For 20 years, the West has pointed at the body count and blamed the corpses for suspicion. Huntington told governments that they were not engaged, they were in a civilizational war. They believed him, and in fighting that war, they generated precisely the enemy his thesis required. Yes?
Are you suggesting that Islamic death meted out to other Muslims should not make people in the West suspicious because they care about Islam killing its own people?
I think primarily the West's argument towards criticism of Muslim is to do with themselves, as opposed...
People started clapping because she was too slow with her answer. So therefore, she has already prevented many people from speaking up, and she does not take any more questions after this because she realizes, oh God, I'm getting challenged.
To how they treat other Muslims. I don't think that the footing in which we treat other Muslims versus Westerners is equal. That is the paradox of...
Yeah, they were curious and they wanted to conserve it. They were curious and they did not want to destroy it, which is why, and it was not just stealing, because they put a lot of it in the Indian museums here as well. The Indian museum in, I think there's one big one in Mumbai as well, and Bengaluru, Chennai, all the presidencies, and the biggest one in Kolkata. And a lot of those artifacts from the same period are in the Raj Bhavan as well.
The modern culture war, actually. Offended by everything, shamed by nothing. They take issue with a woman on a headscarf on a bus and feel no shame about the wars we exported or the terrorist...
No, Shagnik, this is not considered haram in most... in a lot of Muslim countries. The Jordanian royal family, etc. All of them will wear stuff like this these days. This is their defense, that those countries allow it. The Muslim royal families themselves wear clothes like this. So which Muslims are you really talking about? Aren't you therefore talking about simply the bad races of South Asia?
Regimes we bankrolled. The sensibility that finds Islam offensive cannot locate its own reflection in history. And trust me, the West has plenty of history to locate. The Inquisition, colonialism, slavery, the internment of Japanese Americans, McCarthyism. Every generation has had its Carthage, a group cast as a civilizational threat. Every generation told itself it was being reasonable, and every generation was wrong. So let us be clear about Western values. The West does not have a settled, unified set of values of which...
Everyone is wrong about Islam, then, just like everybody was wrong about everybody else, I guess, according to her, in history. But just for some reason, everybody in the world has a problem with Muslims specifically, not other, and any and every minority or even majority in the world. So a bunch of misunderstanders, again, ruining the fun Islamic party for everybody.
Against which Islam can be measured and found wanting. It is a contested, unresolved project, and so is Islam, and so is every intellectual tradition. The question is not whether one perfect civilization can judge another and find it deficient, denied, but whether two imperfect contested traditions can coexist, and that is not answered by one of them claiming the right to treat the other as inherently suspect. I agree that Western values are worth defending, so completely that I will show you what they look like when I actually live them. Western critical thinking means I can read a scholar's commentary on a Quranic verse and decide that he might be right or wrong. It means I can hold up...
No, she's not making a good point. Just because she critiques the West does not mean anything in this context, especially because she's trying to equate today's West with today's Islam. And secondly, that's not the point of the debate. The point of the debate is whether today's West should be suspicious of Islam or not. And that has nothing to do with whether the West has been bad or even is bad right now. Even if they're doing crusades right now, the question is whether the West must be needs to be suspicious of Islam or not. And that could just well be the case even if they were doing crusades. And they could argue that, yes, we are killing everybody we set our eyes on, but do we have a right to be suspicious of Islam as well? And she's not being able to prove that, no, chill, there is no threat from Islam. She's saying, no, you are violent. So even if we are violent, it's not going to be a problem, really. You're going to have a gala time because you are just so used to it, British people.
My faith to scrutiny without it shattering, because a faith that cannot survive a question probably deserves to be questioned, am I right? But the proposition's argument is not critical thinking should be universal. It is that the West has a right to be suspicious of me. Before I even open my mouth, before I demonstrate anything at all, suspicious of who I am and also what I eat, ironically. MI5's own researchers have said this themselves. When communities feel pre-convicted, they disengage from the institutions that could intercept real threats. Legitimized suspicion does not make us safer. It makes the people we need on side feel like enemies. One more thing about Western values. The proposition speaks of a Judeo-Christian tradition under threat from Islam. That phrase was coined in the 1930s in America to fight fascism, built against exclusion. Then the Cold War came and it was repurposed as a banner against godless communism because nothing says rugged Western freedom quite like reminding the Soviets to go to church. Now it has changed target again. No longer Jewish people are written out of the West, but the Muslim person. It is the same machinery, the same sentence structure, the same act of drawing a line around who counts as one of us, just pointed at different people. Islamophobia has become one of the last socially acceptable forms of bigotry in Britain.
So the critique here is that it's all just rhetoric and baseless rhetoric. There is absolutely no data backing this rhetoric up anyway. It's just manufactured by the Jews.
British public life, and the proposition wants to give that bigotry a mandate. My grandfather came to this country in the 1950s. He did not arrive suspicious. He arrived with a particular stubborn hope of someone who believed Britain meant what it had said. He spent his life proving he belonged here, brick by brick, year by year. He even gave up his name, Abdul Aziz, for one.
Why did he give up his name? He came from a country where he could have kept that name, i.e. Pakistan. Why did he have to leave it? What made that country so leavable? Why did he leave a Muslim majority country and come to a Muslim minority country? Why didn't he have a nice time calling himself Abdul Aziz in Pakistan? Why? What about Nazis? Yeah, somebody actually counters her on that.
One that would open more doors. We gave this country our blood to enrich it. That proposition is asking you to tell him that was never going to be enough. Staging suspicion of Islam is not intellectual rigor. It is the same Islamophobia that keeps people like Stephen Yaxley Lennon and Lawrence Fox trafficking. And it is a disgrace. I'm about to finish my speech. It is a disgrace that Muslims should.
No, she's not intelligent because no matter how bad Christianity is, that's not the topic of the debate today.
Have to keep performing their humanity to earn belief. I say that is not Western values. That is Western failure. That is a Western disgrace. And this house is better than that. I urge you all to vote against the motion tonight. Thank you.
She just knows some random trivia from Christianity's past. She knows them by heart to use as weapons against people who will say Islam is too violent. She will say, no, Christianity is also violent. That's all she knows these arguments for, and is using them in a context where they don't make sense. Nobody is asking her if Christianity is peaceful or not. Oh my God. Tommy fucking Robinson. Okay, our StreamYard is fucked as usual. Wait, guys. It's laggy and hangy. I guess it's all because I don't have a graphics card.
To advance the case for the proposition.
First of all, I'd like to say I'd much rather be watching the England game than in here tonight. I've simply come here because of the commitment to free speech that Arwa had for this event. I know you have totally opposite views to me, but I know that people may step into the field of inviting me somewhere without realizing what it's going to face.
So this guy is also starting out courteous, appreciating his opponent for taking risk and bringing him on this stage, because a lot of people don't want Oxford Union, anybody to quote unquote platform Tommy Robinson. But all this is 10 minutes after he got threatened by a debater saying that is that 4 feet 5 inch tall Palestinian British young girl is protecting Toby Robinson from all the protesters from getting quote unquote literally cooked.
I'm fully aware of the backlash you would have faced, but I congratulate you on your defence of free speech, and that's the reason why I've come tonight. Yeah. I'd also like to congratulate Aisha on her first great speech, and I'm sorry that your family aren't here today to have watched that, but it wasn't my supporters that have attacked them outside. It's not my supporters who are causing a rabble or smashing the place up and attacking police officers. It's not supporters on our side of the debate either. It's supporters on your side of the debate who are out there causing mayhem. Yeah? So before talking about Islam, I'd love to believe what Jacob and the others on this panel believe, that we shouldn't be suspicious of Islam. Jacob, there's 480 Muslims who live in your constituency, 0.5%. You probably can't find a Muslim. There's 3 mosques, the main one being in Bath University. I'm from Luton Town. We have 80,000 Muslims, 45 mosques, 33% of the population. So I asked myself, why would a non-Muslim be telling any of us that we shouldn't be suspicious of Islam? Well, of course, Jacob does not have to live with the consequences of his own disastrous policy, government of the Conservative Party and their policies, beliefs only the elite can afford to hold. So to Islam, first, should we, the West, be suspicious of it? I want to be clear what Islam is, because it's not what any of you say it is. It's not what I say it is. It's not what we wish it to be. And it's not what your friendly local imam or your taxi driver or Mr. Andalusia decides it is. Islam is defined in the Quran.
So Tommy is reminding everybody that the debate is called, should the West be, or the West must be suspicious of Islam. It's not the West must be suspicious of Muslims. There lies a distinction, and therefore you cannot bring up any number of individual random nice cute Muslims. Does not matter. The debate is Islam, not Muslims.
Muslims that believe the Quran to be the word of Allah, written in an eternal book in heaven and revealed to Muhammad in the 7th century. And it's the Sunnah, the excellent pattern of behavior or exalted standard of moral excellence as defined in the Hadiths, which record his sayings, actions and silent approvals or disapprovals of Muhammad, and in the biography. And the whole idea, by the way, is based on accepting that Muhammad is the final prophet, because the Quran says so, and the Quran is the word of God, because Muhammad says so. So, seeking common ground. I'm not here for a fight, contrary to what everyone believes. Everyone thinks everywhere I go, I want to fight. I want to find some common ground. Finding common ground with Islam. Muhammad said to the Christians of Najan, come to a word that is just between us and you, that we worship none but Allah, and that we associated no partners with him. So Islam presents itself as a religion that wants to seek common ground with others. Come to a word, Muhammad.
And countering this, if the pro-Islam side says that Christianity also has rules like this, the question then has to be about Christianity today, and most Christian countries today do not follow this stuff. And they are not Christian theocratic states to begin with. So some Muslim countries are Muslim dictatorships, and some are theocratic states. Those who call themselves democratic also behave like theocratic states. Some don't, therefore again blame the South Asian race, etc. But it is about what is going on today.
Muhammad was saying, let's find some common ground. Nothing to be suspicious of there, right? But it's the no partners. That's the key. Islam says it wants common ground, but the common ground must be Islam. Christians must deny Jesus is the Son of God, a partner. But anyway, let's look for some common ground. Okay, that's what we want to find. I've seen how this works, Andrew, so I'll take as many questions as you want at the end. I'm just going to finish my speech. How many of you in here are gay? You don't actually need to put your hands up, okay? In the Quran, through the story of Lot, homosexuality is condemned, and 4 of the 5 major schools of Islamic law think it should be punishable by death. Maybe I'm going to finish my speech. In fact, 24 countries where Islam is the state religion have criminal penalties for homosexuality. 8 of them is punishable by death. So while we're on the, maybe if you're gay, you might maybe be a little bit suspicious of this. That's in Afghanistan, Iran, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Yemen. They kill you for being gay. Who's protesting about this? When these countries, state legislators or governments visit our country, who protests? Awa, I'd just love to finish with him.
Point of order has been raised. President.
As per discussions with previous speakers, we did agree that we would take points of information from fellow speaker, guests, and audience members. If you can respect that as part of a constructive debate.
This is the girl who saved Tommy Robinson from getting literally cooked, guys.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank the President for that point of order. Mr. Robinson, I think the idea that the President's putting across is
Hear the question first.
take a question every now and then. Take a question every now and then, please. Thank you.
Can we at least
Even though the girl before him stopped doing that.
agree killing people because they are homosexuals is never okay? It was never okay then, and it's not okay now. Now, I'll have to listen, won't I? I'll see how this works.
Where does it say in the Quran or the teaching of Prophet Muhammad that someone who is homosexual or gay should be executed?
You don't need to convince me, mate. You need to convince the 8 Islamic countries that are killing them, the people who are being thrown off rooftops. Go have your argument with Hamas, go have your argument with ISIS. You don't need to convince me. Now, please, if I can just finish. Again, let's talk about sex, okay? How many of you have had sex?
He doesn't need to convince them either, because their argument then will be, it's not going to be otherwise. When push comes to shove, if you are in fact pushed into the corner with this argument, so far the way Tommy has been pushing, then the argument becomes, no, they are not even Muslims. They don't know anything about Islam.
Since you got here, I want to see your hands up. I knew that was coming, right? You see, the Quran prescribes 100 lashes for the male and the female involved in what Islam considers illegal sexual intercourse. That's the Quran 24:2. But Islamic scholars have gone all in on this issue, yeah? Not just lashing, all schools of Islamic law prescribe death by stoning if a person is married. And the Shia school, Jafari, prescribes 100 lashes before.
None of this matters because all of this is a misinterpretation, misrepresentation. But even if it is not, it's fine because the Christians used to do this 1,000 years ago.
Before you're stoned to death.
Heads I win, tails you lose.
So maybe, if you think no one believes in this, if you think no one believes in this barbaric stuff, in 2023, the head imam of the Green Lane Mosque, the head imam, you can watch this video, actually gives a seminar to his congregation on how we keep the modesty of the woman before we smash rocks at her head. So you see, she has to be buried up to a certain level to preserve her modesty.
Point of information. Is what you are discussing not abuse of Islamic scripture, not actually what is
She is the queen of that line of argument, okay? It's all wrong Islam. And see, notice that nobody else is making that argument, at least not this vehemently. They will touch upon it. She is the one who firmly believes that every wrongdoing you have ever heard of anybody do in the name of Islam was all completely misunderstanding of Islam. So she is in her own world.
discussed in the Islamic scripture. Give me examples from Islamic scripture in Islamic law, not cherry-picked examples that have been taken out of context. Give me examples from the verses of the Quran.
Cherry-picked verses out of context. There is a particular context in which you must throw stones at a gay person, you see. There is a context.
That back up your arguments.
Should the lady... The simple question is, should the gay person who was thrown off the rooftop...
Tommy's expression at the claps, at the applause, that, what guys, really? You are applauding this? Fuckers, you'll have to leave the country. Listen to me, you dumbasses, stop applauding this.
Or arguments.
Should the lady... The simple question is, should the gay person who was thrown off the rooftop have been suspicious? Should the lady buried into the ground having rocks smashed at her head, which is the law which I'll get to...
It's not the law. It's just misrepresentation, Tommy. It's all a misunderstanding.
Does it matter what the Quran says when Muslims do not practice it? Does it matter when the Muslims who are professing exactly what you just said are the ones who are saying?
Yep.
That's the key of the argument, that a lot of people, including Tommy, who get it wrong, they will mug up hours and hours of Islamic content, and I mean spend hours learning Islam inside out, learn Arabic Farsi just to argue that that quote definitely says XYZ must be harmed. So the Muslim in front of you, to counter whom you read up all that stuff, is going to say, no, it's still a misrepresentation, or yes, if it's right, it's in a Sharia state, not anywhere else, or 3, it's right, but you have casteism and satipratha. So why read up that stuff, bro? Stop debating texts. Stop caring if Ramayana recommends puppy torture. It's all about what do Hindus today do, Christians today do, Jews today do, Muslims today do.
Now, 25 countries where Islam is the state religion have criminal penalties for sex outside of marriage. 9 of them is punishable by death. So again,
It's all a misunderstanding, guys.
no one needs to have this argument with me. You don't need to convince me, okay? You don't need to convince me. Again, who's protesting about this? Can we at least agree as a room? Can we look for some common ground with the Muslim community? Stoning people for having sex outside of marriage is never okay. It was never okay. It's not okay then, and it's not okay now.
Since Jewish law says the same thing,
I'm not here to talk about
should
Jewish law.
we be suspicious of Jewish law
That's not
equally?
Two sides of the debate. One side says stoning is not okay. One side says getting stoned is not okay.
Will you be consistent, sir?
That's not the question we're here for. If you want to have that question debate, have it. Yeah? Can we at least agree with the Muslim community? Okay, in modern Britain, where you're preaching to what now 4 million Muslims, we can just put a line through the verses in the Quran, yeah, the parts of Islam's sacred text that says these things are not okay. They're not practiced now. They weren't okay then, and they're not okay now. Can we meet in the middle somewhere and have you accept the verses in the Quran today?
Will you demand that Orthodox Jews put lines through the Tanakh? Would you that Orthodox Jews put line for the Tanakh as you are requesting Muslims to do?
I think you're confused.
Muslims in the West have largely understood the game much before everybody else, which is why they have Qatari funding for this stuff. And they have a guy like Mehdi Hasan in a foremost position in the mainstream of global political discourse. We do not have a guy like that. At least nobody on the Indian nationalist or even the Hindu side remotely who is there in those tables. Of course, it's not like Mehdi Hasan achieved something by gaining that seat. He did not. Yes, he's good at what he does, but the door is forever open for his side of the argument. The door is largely closed to the other side. So that is there. But we do have Asaduddin Owaisi here, who's also great at this stuff, debating and all. So the Muslims have picked up on debating etiquette, Muslims of the West, which even the most Hindus, Muslims, Christians in India have not. And that's largely a difference between how educated a country is, GDP per capita, all of that comes into place. But here that fat Muslim guy screwed up. In his desperation to keep up that line of argument that, yes, even if we do bad things, you are just as bad, or if somebody else is just as bad. He crossed the line. He forgot that he's not in Pakistan. He is in England, in fact, where he's going to be stopped and reminded that nobody is debating whether Judaism is good or Judaism is bad. The debate is whether the West today, the white Anglo-Saxon, what's the P in the West? Well, white Anglo-Saxon peoples, yes. The West, those people and that region, that area, do those people, does that area have a right to be, or must they be suspicious of Islam or not, and not Muslims? And therefore he got kind of heckled and insulted and was made to sit down quietly.
Again, who's protesting about this? Can we at least agree as a room? Can we look for some common ground with the Muslim community? Stoning people for having sex outside of marriage is never okay. It was never okay. It's not okay then, and it's not okay now.
Since Jewish law says the same thing,
I'm not here to talk about Jewish law.
Should we be suspicious of Jewish law equally? Will you be consistent, sir?
That's not the question we're here for. If you want to have that question
Consistent. He wants Tommy to be consistent.
debate, have it. Yeah? Can we at least agree with the Muslim community? Okay, in modern Britain, where you're preaching to what now 4 million Muslims, we can just put a line through the verses in the Quran, yeah, the parts of Islam's sacred text that says these things are not okay. They're not practiced now. They weren't okay then, and they're not okay now. Can we meet in the middle somewhere and have you accept the verses in the Quran today?
Will you demand that Orthodox Jews put lines through the Tanakh? Would you that Orthodox Jews put line for the Tanakh as you are requesting Muslims to do?
I think you're confused at which debate you're at, okay, and the motion of this debate. Now, let's turn to good old Muhammad, okay? According to Islam's sacred text, an exalted example of moral excellence. Well, in 2014, ISIS, again, because this is important, because they're following scripture, ISIS, when they captured Yazid,
Sorry.
Yeah, again, she has interrupted because ISIS does not matter because ISIS is not real Islam. Shagnik is saying Hindu right winger bhalo debater nei bolcho. Are it's an English stream. Comment in English, please. Otherwise, I have to translate for the masses, the plebs, the non-Bengali plebs. So, JSI, Anand, Sanjeev Sanyal. No, there are levels to this. In this setting, nobody other than JSI Deepak and Vivek Ramaswamy would be able to hold their own. Not at this pace, not at this level. Yeah, pretty much in the world.
Ask any Muslim whether they believe ISIS is following Islamic scripture, and you will find that no Muslim agrees that they are actually Islamic.
Because
once again.
Okay, is my internet gone? Yeah, anyway. Everybody other than people like JSI Deepak, not people like specifically JSI Deepak and Vivek Ramaswamy, most other people have some problem or the other which will screw up their chances here. Sanjeev Sanyal has a stammering problem. Taking that much time is not going to work here. Sanjay Dixit and all know Islam inside out. They will be the Islamic equivalent of the debate here. They will say, but you know, Muslims did that thing there, that thing here. It's written here. They will all say it's just misinterpretation, and your name is Sanjay Dixit. You don't know it more than some mosque Maulvi who explained it to me. Do you know Islam more than that guy, bro? So it has to be JSI Deepak and Vivek Ramaswamy.
Madam President, I think the point has been made. You must allow the speaker to continue.
In 2014, ISIS captured Yazidi men and boys. And what they've done is they pulled their pants down. They surrendered. They pulled their pants down. Anyone who's had any pubic hair was shot in the head, and some of them had their heads cut off with knives. You can watch the videos if you want online, yeah? Okay? They were following the example of Muhammad, who, according to Islam's own sacred text, presided over the execution of up to 900 men and boys, which was the Jewish tribe who had surrendered, and any male prisoner, any male prisoner who had pubic hair was executed. That is what the practice that the Muslims in 2014 were following. This is why scripture is important and then why we must be suspicious. Now, consider the fact, I'll just finish, please. Consider the fact that
cherry pick misrepresentation of certain passages.
There are no Jews, none, in any of the 26 countries where Islam is a state religion. Countries which once held thriving Jewish communities. This is not an accident, and there are precious few Christians in any of these Islamic countries either, that once had majority Christian populations. You see, one way or another, these countries are following the example of Muhammad. I will certainly expel the Jews and Christians, excuse me, can I just finish? I will certainly expel the Jews and Christians from the Arabian Peninsula and will not leave any but Muslim. That's a quote of Muhammad, Sahih Muslim. Sahih being the authentic, considered most authentic.
Bahut sahi, Tommy Robinson ji, bahut sahi.
Hadith. Please, can I just finish?
On the point. Sorry.
You not have to accept. No, it doesn't. Okay. So, of course, put your hands up if you think it's okay for a man older than...
Aritrojit, atheist would have wiped the floor with everybody. It's not that they are not wiping the floor already. It's not like Tommy and all are not doing a good job.
Most of your dads, say in their 50s, to marry someone in infant school, let's say 6 years old, and consummate that marriage, rape, when the little girl reaches 9. By the way, that's year 5 doing key stage 2. Doing key stage 2. No, please, because I know many of you gentlemen should have your hands up at this point, no? We're going to get onto it, but you agree that Muhammad was perfect. As we know, he married a 6-year-old, had sex with her when she was 9. We've previously had this discussion, Handelish. Do you think children should be suspicious of Islam who are studying key stage 2? Now, please, can I just finish? And of course, can I please finish?
Order.
Please let me finish. Yeah? You can get on.
The speaker declined. Please allow the speaker to continue.
And I must mention Quran 65:4, where God, debatable, God spells out the rules for divorcing prepubescent children. Okay? So let me read it. And for those who have no courses, not yet started your periods, who are still immature, their iddah Their waiting period is 3 months.
Just to give out spoilers, the counter argument in this case from the other side is that it's just mistranslation. The passage allegedly actually just says that they have to be over and above their period age. Okay, they must be post-pubescent, not pre-pubescent. The pre is a mistranslation allegedly.
What has happened for a child to be married, and this is the Quran telling you what the rules are and obligations to divorce a child before they've started puberty? Yeah? Can we be suspicious on this question? Is this, no, please, can I finish then? And to be honest, I'm just here. I'm the extremist, apparently. Yeah? I'm the extremist for not wanting homosexuals thrown off rooftops, not wanting women buried in the ground, and not wanting children studying Key Stage 2 to be married and raped. So, of the 10 countries with the highest rates of child marriage, 7 of them are Islamic countries. There's no minimum age in Sudan, Somalia, Saudi Arabia, Yemen, because there's no minimum age in Islam. But whatever the stated legal age for marriage is in some Muslim countries, forced marriage of young girls, often to much older men, is prevalent in Afghanistan.
Yeah, and this line of argument works for just to point out that no, you see, it does not matter whether it's a misrepresentation or not, but this is what so many Muslim countries are doing. The majority of Muslim countries are doing. What are they doing it on a basis of? Then, if there are misunderstandings, why such a goddamn prevalence of that misunderstanding? Do something about that misunderstanding then.
Pakistan, in Bangladesh, Burkina Faso, Yemen, I could go on and on. UNICEF data shows.
Yes, in the middle of Pakistan and Bangladesh, India doesn't do it. Why so? Those inferior races of the South Asia, why aren't they all same in their laws?
For all of you ladies who care about women and children's rights, UNICEF data shows child brides are unlikely to finish education, more likely to believe wife beating is justified, and more likely to have experienced intimate part of violence. I'd just like to finish, please, guys. I apologise. Can we at least agree? Executing prisoners of war, including young boys, carrying out ethnic cleansing of Jews and Christians from the lands, or marrying and having sex with a little child when Muhammad was 53 years old. Can we at least agree today? Muhammad was not and is not the perfect example for mankind, nor is he an exalted example of moral excellence. Quite the opposite, in fact. Because if we can't agree this, then the West is right to be suspicious of Islam because of what the sacred text says, because of how millions of Muslims interpret the sacred text, because of how Muhammad's life is held up as the perfect example, not back then, but now, for all Muslims to follow. That's the problem. They don't recognize any of the problems and see anything wrong which Muhammad done. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you care about gay rights,
yeah, they simply do not agree that it's even been done by him. They say it's not been done. It's all lies later on added, later interpolations.
If you care about women's rights, if you care about children's rights, if you care about human rights, or if you care about free speech, I urge you to support this motion.
I thank the honourable gentleman for advancing the case for the proposition, and I call upon Mr. McAdowd.
No, for the way this debate is going, this is very relevant for India as well, because here they are discussing Islam's alleged, let's say, lack of it fitting with Western values. But those Western values essentially today mean the laws of the land in the West. And we have pretty much inherited that same common law. So whatever arguments they are throwing out against Islam or Islam is throwing out against them is absolutely the same in the Indian context, because then we are talking about the Indian state, Indian laws, and Islam.
To continue the case for the opposition.
Okay. So, first of all, I'd like to start by thanking Oxford Union for inviting me to speak here. I am truly honoured and I'm very grateful to be here. I never thought.
No, that those girls are trying to take it to the universal realm of universal moral values, but that is out of the purview of the scope of this debate, because the point is about today.
I'll be here. To be honest, I've met a new friend of me.
Today, it's nowhere right for anybody to do that. Morals evolve with time, but morals are morals. And if somebody's morals are today those things, then that moral needs to be kept outside the purview of a civilized society. And it is fair to do that because we have international laws for those very reasons, advocating liberal democracy, human rights, etc., crimes against, let's say, rules and regulations and laws for war crimes. Why do we have those things? It means there are some standards that we allow, and let's say at least we strive to allow and disallow. If we disallow certain things, does Islam come? Many of Islam's facets, many Islamic countries, their laws, do they come under the category of those discard worthy laws or not, or worldviews or not?
You know, this is, I've had a nice meal, some halal chicken, which I'm sure Tommy enjoyed. So I'm just thanking the, and Liam, of course, likes a bit of halal chicken now. So I know you do, mate. So I'll just take this opportunity to thank you guys. So the real question, I believe the first question was, should the West be suspicious of Islam? Was that a question of the debate? You're nodding your head, so it must be. Right, so Tommy, you've been, wait, I don't know why I'm here, but I'm going to answer that. Tommy's been saying the same thing for 15 years.
So the context is that he is a white Muslim guy from Luton, and he says Islam is not a threat. It's not a threat in Luton as well. And the proof of that is that he has a nice time in Luton. There's no mystery that he has converted to Islam and finds Luton to be a very nice place. There's no connection between these two things, but generally Luton is a great place because this guy says so.
And still has to read it.
Proven right.
Right,
Proven
yeah,
right.
well, because you still have to read it. So obviously you don't know your case that well. So
Point of order.
should the West
Point of order. Proven right.
Yeah, right, gosh, well, mate. So should the West be suspicious?
So this guy is being condescending from the very beginning towards Tommy, okay? Therefore, see what happens to him.
Well, because you still have to read it. So obviously you don't know your case that well. So
Point of order.
should the West
Point of order. Proven right.
Yeah, right, gosh, well, mate. So should the West be suspicious?
Point of order, do you allow people to cut in without permission from the speaker?
I think we ask that speeches be heard in some courtesy, gentlemen. If the point of information is declined, then please simply allow the speaker to continue.
I don't mind taking questions.
Well, then it is for the speaker to choose whether a point of information is accepted.
Sure.
With that, Mr. Dow, please continue.
I haven't started yet. Give me a minute. Right. So should the West be suspicious of Islam? Well, the truth of that is it's going to depend. Okay, it's going to depend if you're invested in pornography, if you're invested in alcohol, if you're invested in interest banking, if you're invested in drink, drugs, criminality, then probably.
If you're interested in cigarettes, of course, all of these things, all the bad habits in the world, Islam is the antithesis for that. So if you want to be a good boy, and if you know Jesus is always watching you, become a Muslim.
Probably you should be suspicious of Islam because Islam has come as an alternative way of life to that. Islam, what is it?
Could we add Judaism to that list?
Sure. Okay. And you can't become a Jew. So not very easily. So Islam has come as a option, an alternative to those vices in this world. Okay. The real question should be, should the West be suspicious of Muslims practicing Islam in the West? That's the question. And why? Why would you be? Because Tommy says so. Because Tommy said that you should be suspicious of this religion and suspicious of practicing, or I don't know, extreme Muslims. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about.
You shouldn't be suspicious of extremist Muslims. And repeatedly, they are going on saying that they have said you must be suspicious of Muslims. They have not. Nobody has said that. The question is whether Islam needs to be kept at bay or not, or be suspicious of or not Muslims. But apparently the argument that, why is even Tommy suspicious of extremist Muslims now? But now he's going to go into an even weirder argument. He's going to say, Tommy has had run-ins with the law ever since he was a kid. He was an aggressive and violent little lad. Therefore, Islam is not a threat to the West. I guess his longer argument must have been that, see, Tommy, you are pretty violent, Islam is pretty violent, why can't we just live together?
Tommy's credibility, because Tommy has spent the last 15 years of building his credibility upon being a white man from Luton. And he's been, go on.
This debate is not about tolerance.
I'm getting to it. All right, sit down. Sit down. Sit down.
The gentleman's made his point. Please take your seat.
Sit down.
You lose credibility when you deflect.
And are you in it as
Sir,
well? Are you in
sir,
it as well?
The speaker will be heard.
Are you in it as well? I don't mind taking out the lot of you, mate. I don't mind. It's not a problem. Listen, so the credibility, it's important to base the credibility, okay, in the debate, of course. In the debate, of course. It's important
Gentlemen, please take your seats. Both of you gentlemen,
He
please.
just said he doesn't mind taking
Please,
us out.
please
So we have a
take your
Muslim
seats.
again.
Yeah, in the
Mr.
debate, of
Robinson,
course.
Mr.
In the debate,
Sacredalti,
of course.
can I ask you just to take your seat?
Tommy is now saying a Muslim again is saying he can take us out. But Agar literally said that, quote unquote, literally Tommy would have been cooked.
Mr. Doward, can I ask you to just stop speaking for 1 second? Speakers will be heard with courtesy. If a point of information is offered and it is in decline, can I please ask that you allow the speaker to continue? Equally, may I say to the speaker, it is expected that points of information will be taken during your speech.
I've took about 4 or 5 so
I understand that, sir. And with that, I will ask the speaker
Yeah.
to continue.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, can I please ask no interjections other than points of information?
Point of order, Chair,
Point of orders.
which you briefed us must be taken. A threat to take out people on the other side is unacceptable.
Totally.
And should be dealt with by the Chair.
Mr. Doward, have you made such a threat? And if so, I must ask you to withdraw it.
It was a threat within the debate, to take them within the debate,
His name is Mr. Dawood.
because we're in a debating forum.
Mr. Doward, can I ask you in that case to moderate your language
tell you what, I will retract that statement.
and avoid the
I
misunderstanding?
will retract what I said, if that's a doable thing. Right. So let me get on. He's built his credibility from coming from Luton and telling people that Luton is now a Muslim-run town. Predominantly, it has 40-something mosques. It has some extremist mosques, some extremist this and that, Sharia-run courts. But I'm also from Luton, you know, and I've also been in Luton for 56 years. I was born there, and I'm still there. I'm still living on the manor.
He just happened to become Muslim and lives happily in a neighborhood where Muslims are rising, and people who believe that you are either in Dar al-Harb or Dar al-Islam. If you do convert, you live peacefully and happily ever after with us. Although it's not the case when the country is completely Muslim. And Mr. Dawood sees no problem with that argument.
As far as I know, Tommy hasn't lived there for at least 10 years. I believe now he lives in Spain, like most good patriots do. They move on to Spain. So let's talk a little bit about Tommy's time in Luton, because I'm not going to do anymore with you, right? So talking about his little bit of time that he had in Luton, it's well documented that Tommy was in the Luton firm called The Mix.
Point of information. This debate is not about Tommy Robinson, what he does in his free time, what he thinks about anything.
Right.
It's about whether the West should be suspicious of Islam.
He's the one telling the West to be suspicious of Islam. So it's important that I take his credibility about how to say that. Okay, the arguments that he had in Luton while he was in the MIGS, which was the Luton Town Football Firm gang, whatever it is, most towns and cities have them. Okay, that's what his time. There was other gangs in Luton. Wasn't the only one. No, there was other gangs in Luton. One of them was called the Gambinos. One of them was called the Yellows. I know these are ridiculous names, but we are talking ridiculous people in these gangs at the time. Let me finish, please. Okay. So I've taken a few points of information. You just seem to do it now just to stifle, because no, I'm not taking any from you. Okay. Okay.
Mr. Robinson,
problems
please,
that these gangs had, as Tommy would say, was either religious and or racial between Pakistanis and his football guys, was really not racial. It wasn't racial. It wasn't religious. It was normally, like most gangs, supply and demand of product. Okay, that's what it comes down to. Tommy would also say that there was an extremist group in Luton. No, there was an extremist group in Luton called Al Marjaroon. I agree with him. It was an extremist group. And I made my opposition to this group vocal at that time when they was there, you know, but even...
So you see, he's a progressive liberal Muslim, and he has spoken out against the extremists amongst him. And therefore, the West must not be suspicious of Islam.
Broken clock can be right twice a day. This group was tiny. It was 8 strong at most, with maybe 8 hangers-ons, 1 foot in, 1 foot out. They were barred from every mosque I knew. I don't know all of the mosques, but they were barred from every mosque that I knew. Most of the shops in the town, the Muslim shops, they didn't want to let them in either. But the
sounds oddly similar to access farming.
Amplification of their message was done by the media. The media would go to the predominantly Muslim populated area in Luton called Berry Park. They'd walk down there with a camera, they'd stick it in front of these guys, and they will be straight in front of it. It wasn't, no, it was amplified deliberately to cause friction between communities. That small extremist group doesn't exist anymore. I believe they've been disbanded, and they don't even hang around with each other anymore. I could tell you, yes. Okay.
If you consume booze and you consume drugs, and if you lend money for interest, you should be suspicious of Islam.
No, I said if you invested in.
Why should we?
Because Islam has come as an alternate choice to that. Islam has come as an alternate way of life to that. I think I explained it when I mentioned it the first time. There's a lot more that I want to tell you. Time does not permit me to speak here for an hour. So obviously I can't go into detail about everything. I know in detail.
Now he has problems with the rules of the game. After saying things like, I can take all of you, and somebody else adding that you will be literally cooked. After that, he has an issue with the rules as well, which is he's not allowed to speak for 1 hour, although everybody else is adhering to those very same rules. Everybody else can make their point in 5 minutes. He needs 1 hour to explain to you why a white guy converted to Islam in Luton and sees no problems in Luton.
About this group of Al-Majroon, because I was one of the trusted go-betweens from mosques in Luton that was trying to get them to stop talking. As he says, a lot of the time that there's not enough calling out of Muslims in the public, but it does happen.
So that is the point. There is in fact enough calling out against the bad elements, the bad apples. Therefore, do not be suspicious.
500 mosques that writ an email condemning the grooming gangs, but it never really got out there. And they all done that, okay? They done that years ago. I think it's 2013. Anyway, these mosques in Luton was a go-between between the Al-Majroon group and the mosque was me, because I was a trusted go-between. Even though I was anti this group, they still trusted me to go between them. And I know that most of Luton didn't want them there. It wasn't the case. Okay, like I said, I would love to say more. There's a lot more beans that I could spill, to be quite honest with you. So let me give you a version of Luton that I recognize. Tommy has a version of Luton that he recognizes. Tommy has a version of Luton that he recognizes. Let me give you a couple of points of the Luton that I recognize, okay? And I'll firstly go back to the first lockdown in COVID, where everyone was social distancing and taking it seriously and everything else. There was a Muslim charity in Luton, and it's still there actually. There was a Muslim charity in Luton. I was volunteering for them because I was off work for a few weeks.
So this Muslim charity in Luton, Tommy Robinson is going to ask the name of this charity. Okay, wait for that. So this Muslim charity of Luton for which he was volunteering, his argument here is that, see, I'm such an example of great Islam, that I'm such a good Muslim, that when I was working for that quote-unquote Muslim charity, I offered all that charity stuff, food or whatever stuff I was handing out to white Christians. Then how can you be suspicious of Islam in Europe? But check out Tommy Robinson asking the name of that charity, okay? This is going to be really fun. And Chris Lee Chang, thanks for asking that question 2,000 times, but no.
Weeks, okay? Due to the building sites shutting down. We were handing out food packs. Muslims were coming and handing in food and or giving us money to buy food from supermarkets and whatever. I'm going to say 99%, but it's more realistically 100%, but I'll say 99%. The food packs that I personally handed out were to white old age pensioners that lived in old age pensioner homes or care homes. I never once handed it out to a Muslim family, a Polish family, or any other, but it was purely white old age pensioners.
Information.
Yes.
Can I just ask, what was charity? What charity?
A crisis aid. Okay, and it's still there. It's in Sundon Park, okay? Right, so it's still there, the charity, okay? So we was handing out these things. I remember one 90-year-old man, he had to buzz me into his care home, and I put the bags outside and had to step up the hallway because there was social distancing. He come out buckled in half. I tried to speak to him. He told me, I've got cancer, I'm 93 years old, and I'm gonna die soon. And none of my family speak to me. None of my family help me. This is the Islam in Luton that I recognize. Let me give you another one. I was in Farley Hill, not opposite the Parrot pub that Tommy would have remembered, okay? There was a care home.
That's the Islam in Luton, because of which he converted to Islam. And the grooming gangs, etc., they have protested against it. So it's all. Baat ho gayi hai.
Working there for BTS, the council, what?
I do understand that the speaker was confused about the motion at the beginning.
Yeah, I'm not confused. I'm not confused. I'm talking about Islam. If you remember, I've said Islam quite a lot in my talk. Okay, don't stand up for a point of, because I'm done with you now. Yeah. So listen. So I was working at this care home.
So this old guy is being so discourteous and disrespectful and condescending to all these kids on the other side at the Oxford Union. But Tommy did not do that to those kids on the other side.
Working at this care home and a taxi come pulling
And I've
in.
noticed this. Pretty much everybody who goes to the Jubilee debates as well, except Mehdi Hassan and what's her name? I keep forgetting her name. One blonde woman. She's 52 years old, looks 42, fitness influencer. She went and debated body positivity people. Other than that woman and Mehdi Hassan, I have noticed, no matter leftist or right winger, everybody cuts some slack to those debaters because all of them are young kids randomly coming up to debate a point, whereas they are doing this as a profession. They do it for a living. They have come prepared. They have their own proposition statements. But Mehdi Hassan does not take any prisoners, and that woman as well. Completely destroyed people. You all should check that debate out.
Okay, I noticed that one of the women was in the passenger seat. She clearly was distressed. This big fat Pakistani brother with a big black beard jumped out, opened the car door. She had fallen over in the street. He'd picked her up, put her in the car, and he'd brought her back to the care home. He was literally in.
The Muslims who helped my ancestors, or everybody's ancestors, to run away from Bangladesh, guys. Those are the Muslims we are talking about right now.
Tears. He wanted my number. He wanted to go to the hospital. Why are you suspicious of these people? Who are these people to be suspicious of? Who are these people to be suspicious of? Okay. Tommy is desperate to make connections between crime and Islam, especially when it comes to SA crimes. He's desperate to make this connection between the crime and Islam, even though nobody that commits these crimes says that they did it because of Islam. But when it comes to Muslims that do good things, NHS workers, doctors, nurses, charity care sector workers, which Islam is overrepresented in those areas. Never does he want to make the connection between Muslims doing good deeds and Islam. It's only, no, I told you already. Never does he make the connection between Muslims doing good deeds and Islam. In fact, actually, when you ask these doctors, nurses, care workers, charity sector workers, why do you do it? They'll say, because my religion tells me to be a good person. My religion tells me to be in service of the people. He doesn't want to hear that. He just wants to paint this picture. You cannot serve two masters. You can only be loyal to one master. And I'll tell you now, without any hesitation, my master is Allah. La ilaha illallah. There is no God worthy of worship except Allah. Okay? But my God tells me how to serve you. My God tells me how to serve you. Okay? So
what a great debating point. My God is in fact the best one, and I serve him. Therefore, the West must not be suspicious of Islam. You see, this is top-notch debating.
I can be in service. I don't care if you're Muslim, non-Muslim, black, white, fat, thin, short, tall. I don't care. I will serve you because my religion and my master, Allah, tells me how to be in service to my community. No. I will give you many.
Mr. Jones-Lyons, thank you.
I've done more than two. Right. I will give you multiple examples. I will give you multiple examples of Muslims, people that have changed their lives and become better fathers, better husbands, better community members, better people in society, better daughters, better wives, better people in society because they've accepted Islam. Some of them.
The other side did not really counter this. I have not watched the full debate. I have seen only halfway to the debate. But there is in fact a counter argument to this because he repeatedly brings this up and we know why this works. This would have worked just the same with Orthodox Christianity, Judaism, Orthodox Judaism. Any community-driven religion that has the Orthodox side, which takes you away from, or let's say somehow sets you into the life of addiction-free, duty-oriented mindset, which does not exist in most Christian communities, especially in the first world country, especially in the urban areas, of which Luton is a part, because of which he probably felt culturally, spiritually very lonely. As opposed to that, Islam gives you a brotherhood, which attracted Andrew Tate as well. But that brotherhood could have come from any religion. It doesn't today, maybe, yes. But it does come in pockets in every religion. And a lot of them they simply do not have the means to, even if they want to. But the crux of the matter is that all of those communities who are in fact creating brotherhoods and taking people far away from addiction, not all of them are going around doing the stuff that the misunderstanders of Islam are doing. There is no misunderstanding going on in the other religions for some mysterious reason. What is that mysterious reason? That's the single question that everybody has to answer here.
I'm sitting in this room today. Maybe I could put myself in that category as well. Why are you suspicious? Why are you suspicious of these people? What Islam has only ever brought good to them and made them better citizens. Why would you be suspicious? And of course, yes, you can yawn. You know, this is what you do. It's not a problem. I'm not here for you. Yeah, and it's past mine too. Okay. Of course, I want to spread Islam. Who would I be if I had the truth and didn't want to share it with you people? Who would I be if I knew that Islam, or believed at least that Islam was the truth, and I didn't want to share it with you people because I thought it was the best thing? If I had a big plate of food and you was hungry, and it cost me nothing to give you food. It cost me nothing. It cost me nothing to give you food.
Costs nothing to give that food, right? What is Qatar spending on?
Why would I not give you food? Why? I don't want to do any more points of call. You was devoided them at your time.
Fatwa, maybe it's Muslims giving
Gentlemen.
Sorry?
Please let us.
Maybe it's Muslims giving charities and numbers.
No, there isn't. No, there isn't.
Gentlemen, please. Thank you. Please allow Mr. Dawud to finish. He's declined.
Tommy is countering, saying, what are the stats of Muslims giving charity that's definitely going to go to non-Muslims when they know that? What's the overwhelming majority of the Muslim world doing? And he says, there isn't any data like that. There isn't.
Bit of information.
That's enough. That's enough. I've said that's enough.
The speakers on this side have been.
I've said that's enough. Oh, what will you do, sir? Will you literally cook Tommy Robinson again, or will you take him on? Okay, now this Indian-looking guy, I'm pretty sure he's Hindu. He stands up and says that people have been heckling this cute little Muslim white man from Luton, and I think people should be more courteous to him. That's his complaint today.
Egregious in attacking the.
Yes, it's been a constant. It's okay.
Can the chair please take some action?
Take some action. He's tattling. He's saying, sir, see, Tommy Robinson is shouting so much. Why is he giving so many counter arguments in the middle of a bad argument, sir?
Bro,
stop him, sir. Stop him.
I work better under pressure. I work better under pressure.
If I can ask you to stop 1 second. I thank the honourable gentleman for that point of order. I think on both sides there have been unwarranted interjections.
Yeah.
A point of order, if declined, please take your seat again. Do not continue to interject. I will say to the honourable gentleman, I have seen that from both sides this evening. It is not, as he puts it, on one side only. On both sides. Point of information.
Did the Indian guy just get literally cooked by the speaker?
Is declined. Please take your seat again. Mr. Dawud, please continue.
Okay, so why would I not want to spread Islam? Why would I wish that I could take my heart and give it to you people for a minute so you could taste the sweetness of Iman, and then you would never be suspicious of Muslims again. There is not a single head on anyone's hair, apart from Tufts, that I would touch unjustly, and that's inside and outside of this hall. I mean no harm to anybody. I will defend myself if I have to, but no Muslim that I know thinks like that either. Why wouldn't I want to share that? Where is the problem with that? My friend here, my colleague, is going to deal with the age of Aisha. I dealt with it for 10 or 11 minutes on Liam's podcast, so I don't think that I need to go into that again. My friend will deal with that. Okay. You mentioned.
Yeah, the age of Aisha argument also comes from the next debaters. The argument is that it's been opposed by allegedly a bunch of legitimate Islamic scholars, and they do not, in fact, agree with this idea that you have to marry someone at the age of 6 and consummate it at 9. But even if it does happen, it's not a problem, because the West, many of the Western countries, USA, England, their age of consent was very low up until like 100, 200 years back. Therefore, the West today must not be suspicious of Islam.
In the verse in the Quran about prepubescent women being married, it's not true. Okay, if you knew what you were talking about, you wouldn't have said it. The word that's used for the female in the Quran is a word that's used for women. That ayah of the Quran was revealed because a man come to ask the Prophet, how do I divorce my wife if she does not have periods, because she is past the age of period? She's a mature woman. That's what that was for. Then the verse was revealed. No, that's not. That's what it is. You're not an expert on the Quran. You're not an expert on Islam. You present yourself to be an expert to people that don't know any better, but you're not talking to those
Oh, you
people
see-
today. No.
This is why people like Sanjay Dixit would have a problem in this debate.
No more points of information. No more points of information. We talk about, I'll be 1 second, yeah, 1 minute. We talk about reform. They talk about want to reform Islam. How dare he? How dare they and how dare he say a man that is ignorant within the religion of Islam talk about reforming of Islam, okay? His people that come to talk here are people of intelligence, people of professorship.
Sanjay Dixit is not a person of professorship and intelligence and not an expert on Islam. So no matter how much you quote Quran, as would Sitaram Goel as well in this debate, all of these people would have a bunch of problems in this debate. If you just go around quoting stuff, you have to have a bunch of other weapons in your pocket and a bunch of other kinds of weapons. Not everything has to be a gun. People are preparing for just different brands of guns, different kinds of bullet size, etc. What you have to have is a bunch of things. Sam, dam, danda, bhed, guns, knives, rockets, bombs, roses. You see, I got gifted this nice t-shirt. You must have guns and roses. And honey, vinegar, carrot, stick, everything. And often, more often than not, you'll have to come up with different mediums of weapons on the fly. You can't go in prepared with all that carrot, gun, bomb, rocket, rose, etc. JSI Deepak, Vivek Ramaswamy, they can do it.
People that are intellects in their field. This man is not an intellect in the field or an authority in the field of Islam, and his presence about talking about Islam is a disservice to this place.
I thank the honourable gentleman for that speech advancing the opposition. I call upon Mr. Lawrence Fox to continue the case for the proposition.
Okay, guys, now Dil Tham ke baithiye. There's going to be a big thing that's going to happen during his speech, and he's a British actor. And look what he's carrying in that envelope, okay? It says CH, Charlie Hebdo, in the envelope, okay? Wait.
Do I need to raise this up, or is it suitably heightened for the Luton community? Before Neville Chamberlain flew to Germany to appease Adolf Hitler, he said, European peace is what I'm aiming at, and I hope this journey may open the way to get it. And here we are, 87 years later, and European peace and peace in the West is being threatened again. Upon his return from Germany with his piece of paper, Chamberlain said, we are resolved that the method of consultation shall be the method adopted to deal with any other questions that may concern our two countries. And 338 days later, Britain was at war with Germany. So this morning I was thinking about this debate and the worthiness of consultation, which Chamberlain invoked, and the motion this House believes the West is right to be suspicious of Islam. And then I started thinking about a cartoon that I have here in this envelope. It's a cartoon which I think it instills in me feelings much, much more worrying than suspicion. But, you know, in the spirit of consultation, I'll just leave it here for the moment, if we're okay with that. So, first let us start with the word suspicion. There was a minority, going back to Chamberlain and that brilliant foreign policy, there was a minority who were gravely suspicious of fascism leading up to the Second World War and were very vocal in that suspicion, who thought that Chamberlain's appeasement policy was just wrong, that far from being the peace in our time he promised, our appeasement would only serve to embolden Hitler. One of those who faced the most criticism for his prescience, suspicious prescience perhaps, was Winston Churchill. He saw fascism for what it was, an existential threat to the West. Yeah. No one needs a history lesson from me, but it is possibly worth noting now, especially here, and thanks to our lovely friends outside, that it is perfectly acceptable and actively encouraged in every school, university, TV channel, and media organization across the West to be suspicious of fascism. In fact, if we listen to our friends outside, that's not enough. You've got to be an anti-fascist. You've got to take direct action against fascism. Chamberlain today just seems like a moronic simpleton to me. So perhaps the deaths of millions of people could have been avoided if only Churchill's suspicion had been heeded, that his perspective acknowledged, but he stood alone whilst the train continued to hurtle towards us because we didn't want to upset anybody. It is an entirely natural and positive human instinct to be suspicious of many things, from teaching our children not to get in cars with strangers, to friends checking in on each other when one is going on a date with a new person for the first time. Suspicion is healthy. It sparks in every single sinew of our being. It is the product of...
Yeah, it's the generalization argument, the opposition to generalization. You cannot generalize anything. There cannot be any stereotypes. Before taking any step forward in life in a day, you must read 4 articles on JSTOR on that particular subject in order to know whether your car is damaged or not. Or in order to fix your car, you must first have a PhD in mechanical engineering or an MPhil. That's how you go about life.
Generational caution in pursuit of survival. It's central to our very fundamentalist of instincts. It isn't prejudice, it's prudence. Suspicion isn't hatred either. It's pattern recognition. And I would like to make it clear at this point, Ara, I would like to thank you so much for inviting us to have this debate. And I know you've struggled so much with people trying to cancel you, and I know exactly what that feels like. So thank you so much. I think I would like to make it very clear that I am not here to express suspicions of individual Muslims at all. There are many Muslims, including with...
Because the topic of the debate is Islam, not Muslims.
Within my own family, who I love deeply. And as a Christian, I am commanded to love my neighbor and to pray for my enemy. It is my most strongly held belief on this planet that every single human life is sacred and all lives matter. But I am absolutely not, and I will not be commanded to love or submit to ideas or ideologies. As was mentioned earlier, as Jesus said, render to Caesar what is Caesar. Within one directive, he created the separation between church and state, which in Islam does not exist, which literally, Islam literally means submission. So there is no church, there is no state, there is only Islam. My suspicion of Islam, therefore, is strongly, and I think...
Islam means peace, not submission, right? But peace through submission, I guess, but not exactly submission.
Reasonably held. Islam is a comprehensive social, political and military doctrine which leave no part of its followers' lives untouched. As Andrew Hussey, the British historian, says, Islam more closely resembles a ruthlessly efficient war machine than a religion. Islam is borderless, expansionary and interested only in submission to Allah. And then for us...
Yeah, these were Sitaram Goel's arguments against Islam as well, that it's a political imperialist project, not a religion. Religion is Hinduism, Buddhism.
Unfortunate, well, for some of us, unfortunate non-believers, we're given 3 choices.
Point of information. When was the last time there was a jihad declared against a foreign government and the expansion of Muslim lands into non-Muslim lands? When was the last time?
What's that got to do with what I'm talking about?
You said that it's a military war machine. It's been around for quite a long time.
A point of order has been raised.
When you're giving points of information, you need to be very audible so the microphone...
I thank the ex-president for his... I'm not sure that's a point of order.
I'm also, as people may or may not have noticed, I'm not an Islamic scholar and I'm not into giving you a history lesson about the Quran. But I will give you a history lesson into the bits of the Quran that I understand and the bits of Islam I understand through those that I love and from my readings. So Islam gives you 3 options as far as I can tell as a Westerner. Submit. Pay the jizya, the tax, which institutionalizes inferior status for non-Muslims in Islamic states. Or, excuse me, 3, war with Muslims. Right. Notably, within those 3 options that Islam offers you, there is not one option which says, let's live in peaceful coexistence as equals in a pluralistic society.
No, as the guy from Luton would point out, that he lives in a beautiful neighborhood, coexisting with those white people to whom he gives out charity and gives them a home away from addiction and in a brotherhood called Islam. So there is a peace to be had, an uneasy peace. You just have to accept whatever they are saying and you have to admit it's all true. You have to agree with them, and then you can have all the peace and nice things and flowers and butterflies you want. But which is also false, as evident from all the warring Muslim countries.
Not once did it say that.
I'm certain you are aware that there is an entire chapter in the Quran, a chapter called O Disbelievers. The final line of that verse in the Quran is, to you is your faith and to me is mine. Are you aware of that chapter in the Quran, and are you aware of the teachings of tolerance?
Outside, you can hear the protesters shouting that why is this guy here, etc. And the woman is saying that Islam is full of tolerance, and tolerance has been highlighted there. Why aren't you talking about the tolerance in Islam? The tolerance, yeah, we will get to that. Somebody actually explicitly mentions that the tolerance is not just for people who have converted to Islam. The tolerance, in fact, is for disbelievers as well. Prophet Muhammad guarantees safe passage to them. So those are the lines in Quran as well. We will get to them now.
Quran and the Hadith and the Sunnah have taught us for centuries.
Had a Christian. All right, thank you. I'm just going to explain to you. One of the reasons why I didn't want to start quoting Quran verses was because I didn't want to come here and start talking about, it says here that you chop people's heads off, it says here that you do that, and it says here that you do that. I'm sure that there are very, very, very many verses in the Quran that talk about peace and love and happiness. It's just all we get is the bombs, the running over, the knives and the beheadings. So I'll move on if that's all right. Thank you very much. I'm done. Move on. Thank you very much. So I've said, notably, peaceful coexistence with non-Muslims is not an opportunity offered. A position which can reasonably be held to say that it creates not just suspicion, but tension within a Western, secular, liberal, Christian goldfish bowl that Tom Holland tells us we all live in, right? That's where we live. We do. No one knows anything anymore. Everyone's feelings matter. So one thing is certain and is backed up by all the data. Muslims living in the West are pretty suspicious of us. So I'm not going to talk about why the West should be suspicious of Islam. Let's talk about how suspicious Islam is of the West. The Policy Exchange report titled Unsettled Belonging, published in 2016, which claims to be the most extensive research of British Muslims ever conducted, revealed that, let's do it, 43% of British Muslims supported the introduction of Sharia, not British law, Islamic law. 53% prefer to send their children to school with strong Muslim values, suspicious perhaps of Western ones. Maybe, I don't know. 44% of schools should be able to insist on face coverings. Does this sound like a community which seeks integration? Do we have a right to be suspicious of those who reject our values and the societal norms of their host country? 24% sympathized with violence organized by groups to protect their religion. That's what the Muslims say. And 31% thought it was acceptable to keep more than one wife, illegal in Britain, but fine in Sharia, apparently. And 35% believe that the Jews have too much power in the UK, 52% compulsory halal. I could go on and on and on and on. But most important to me is the free speech of this. So let's get this out, shall we? 78% of British Muslims believe that no publication should publish pictures of Muhammad. An overwhelming majority. That rises to 87%. That's 9 out of every 10 Muslims that are walking the streets today in a country which absolutely abandoned blasphemy laws. Suspicion is not strong enough a word. The West should resist Islam in the strongest terms on free speech grounds alone. So here we are with this cartoon, right? And it's time to show that I will not submit. I will not adhere to the religious laws of far-off places. Now, my wife asked me not to show this for fear of repercussions in my family, but
Guys, everybody is getting uneasy in the auditorium. Everybody is looking at Lawrence and thinking, wait, dude, are you really going to take out a picture which is going to get all of us killed in the next 1 hour? Why are you going to bring that image out? Guy, don't do it, Lawrence. Don't, Lawrence, don't.
Told her that if I did not, then I had already submitted to Islam. So here we are.
Is it not enough that half the team that invited you to this debate were Muslim women who wanted to hear out your expression and your arguments? Is it not enough that I, as a Muslim president, have invited you to this chamber to give...
And people think racism rising in the West has no reason other than the fact that white people are racists. Okay? Look at that sentence, the sentence construction, the choice of words. Your opponent in a debate is saying that, is it not enough that I allowed you in the debate, that I am debating you, that I am being graceful to you, doing a favor to you by debating you, is it not enough? Then why do you have to go ahead and commit blasphemy, which is blasphemy in my personal Shariat laws, but is not blasphemy according to the country that we are doing the debate in, their laws? But still, is it not enough? Why aren't you happy with what breadcrumbs of liberalism I have thrown at you, boy Lawrence? Why would you seek more? Is it not enough that a Muslim, Palestinian, British Muslim girl, who I'm sure has become the president of Oxford Union for stuff that has nothing to do with her being Muslim or Palestinian, I'm very sure of that, that girl is going to tell a British actor, debater, or simply his opponent in his debate, in her debate, that why aren't you happy with the minimal degree of liberalism I have shown you? Why would you go full British laws? Don't follow British laws. Isn't it enough that I am allowing you to come here and profess British laws? Don't go around following, executing British laws. Look at this sentence and tell me white people are to be blamed for the rising racism against brown people in their country. Yes, you could argue that they must be educated enough on the different cultures and colors of South Asia, but who's going to take up that much of a pain?
The team that invited you to this debate were Muslim women.
I did not. Then I had already submitted to Islam. So here we are.
Is it not enough that half the team that invited you to this debate were Muslim women who wanted to hear out your expression and your arguments? Is it not enough that I, as a Muslim president, have invited you to this chamber to give your arguments? Is that not enough justification and evidence for you to believe that we do believe in free speech? I would not become the president of a free speech society if not for it.
Thank you, Al. Oh, well, may I? Thank you very much. May I finish? Excuse me.
A point of order having been raised, I'll hear the ex-librarian.
It's a long time since I've been in this chamber and knew the rules off by heart. In the House of Commons, and we model ourselves on the House of Commons, props are not allowed. I wonder whether the rule on props is the same in the Oxford Union.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his point of order.
Excuse me for 1 second.
One moment.
In the absence,
Mr. Fox,
in the absence,
one moment, Mr. Fox. The ex-president is also raising a point of order, I think.
Just it's helpful to inform the ex-librarian and others, at least my 4 years old society, that ban was not extended and didn't seem to apply to Israel and Palestine flag.
Thank you. So, right. I just want to wrap this up.
I am going to rule on the point of order. There is no bar in the forms of the House against the use of props. However, I would encourage Mr. Fox to make the point and move on.
I was until points of order. So it is in that spirit that I will not submit that I show you this as an Englishman who believes in free speech.
Okay, Christian Lee, since you are back with your Dehati arguments and you are spamming with your Dehati arguments, let's address you. Why should we care about the Great Britain and their identity crisis? Who told you we care about the Great Britain and their identity crisis? Even if we did, it was fair because they have a similar problem as us. Secondly, it's not about caring about any side of the argument. It's about listening to good arguments that are relevant if you want to develop a skill and stuff. If you want to stay in your Dehati echo chamber, go ahead, don't care about this.
I will not.
Sabke muh mein aa gaye the. Everybody thought, okay, this is it. Tell my wife I love her. These are my final moments.
I was until points of order. So it is in that spirit that I will not submit that I show you this as an Englishman who believes in free speech. I will not submit. I will not bow down.
I am allowing him to spam because it's a legitimate, seemingly legitimate question towards me, and I don't delete almost any comments, and because it helps the algorithm. It boosts up the chat rates.
Right. So, I think which rather proves the point I was trying to make, that in this envelope lived your fear, and your fear of Islam and what Islam will do to you. That
Beautiful, beautiful. This was a masterclass, a performance. This is why debating is a performance as well.
When you upset its very oversensitive sky wizard. And what lived in this room is a healthy and brilliant and noble British tradition of suspicion of Islam. I encourage you to pass the motion. Thank you very much.
Yeah, what a brilliant way to put this. So why were you suspicious? Why were you a little afraid of me taking out something from this random envelope? What was that worry in your veins and in your pulse rate, guys? That is what we are discussing in this debate. That was the point he made and left.
I thank the honourable gentleman for that speech advancing the proposition, and indeed for his, we probably have some pens if you want it signed. We can arrange that later on.
It's Hamog.
And I now call upon the President to continue the case for the opposition.
Woo, my queen. Okay, now, this young kid who allegedly is the only thing standing between Tommy Robinson getting cooked and Tommy Robinson is going to make her points, and her core argument is that every bad thing you have ever heard any Muslim ever do was because of a wrong understanding of Islam. That's her conclusion. So while she goes through that stuff, and she is a kid, hopefully she'll grow out of it someday, I will just take up my phone and look at it, and it will seem like I'm just casually chatting with someone on the phone, but I will in fact have to order something. That's why I'll look at my phone while I listen to her childish, cute little naive arguments. I'm not being disrespectful towards you guys. I'm just ordering something that I really need right now.
Right. There is anger in this room tonight. There is anger in homes and on streets and throughout communities that no longer feel safe and no longer feel like they matter.
Since Chris Lee Chang represents a kind of Indian right wing, which is the majority of the Indian right wing, he is a microcosm of all that. Therefore, I will be answering all of his questions in good faith, because these are the questions that are often asked, and no one ever answers them, and therefore we have a discontent in the right wing, and we're not being able to coalesce properly, if at all what I'm saying is right wing. So isn't Oxford Union Club against Modi's India? First of all, there is no Modi's India. Modi is at the goes to an office every day where he has to run a lot of the duties of the country. It's not his India. It's never anybody's India. Even if you mean Oxford Union Club is against Modi's governance of India, then yes, Oxford Union Club, the people representing it as a whole are against quote-unquote Modi's India. Tommy Robinson, Jordan Peterson, Ben Shapiro, and who was that? Steve Bannon, yeah. All of these guys, okay? And all of these people have been invited to Oxford Union to speak repeatedly, to give out long speeches, debate, and keep forth their arguments in front of the whole world and in front of the people who disagree with them, people who make up the governing body and the administrative body of the Oxford Union itself. Only in the J-Sai Deepak event they screwed up extra hard. But yes, Oxford Union Club is against Modi's India in a sense. But why are they then inviting these people? And if they can be against Modi's India and invite these people, if they can be against Tommy Robinson and invite Tommy Robinson, then what is your point? Yes, even if the answer is yes, what next? What is the next sentence that you are going to say?
Anger from people who feel that no government in any party in a generation has told them the truth about why their lives are the way that they are, why their rent is unpayable, why they cannot get a GP appointment, why the country they knew is not the country their children are inheriting. I'm not going to stand here tonight and tell you your anger is wrong. I'm not going to dismiss you as a racist for asking honest questions about a country that has...
This is the most fun part of the debate. A lot of people are walking out. That's not on her. But because she's going to conclude by saying that all the bad stuff at the hands of Muslims is simply wrong Islam. Therefore, she starts with saying that, see, I'm not even opposed to you guys having a problem with any of that. And she is patronizing as fuck about it. Okay? Right after saying to her fellow debater that, isn't it enough that we are offering you a platform to argue your case, giving you free speech, as if it is ours to give, but we are giving it to you nonetheless. After that, she comes to debate, and her first argument is, yeah, we get it. It's actually not gotten condescending yet. I interpreted it midway. Check out the end of this line of argument and the end of this sentence, and you'll notice she's saying, yeah, we get it. You are pissed off about some things, but it's okay. That's not even real Islam, so don't worry about that. Listen to how insanely patronizing it gets now. First, it was disrespectful to England, the previous stuff, and now it's simply patronizing and infantilizing towards her fellow debaters.
Stopped working for you.
Look at that. She's saying it's justified for you to be angry, etc. Because your country is not really working for you. The system in your country is not functioning properly. So she's saying, it's the economy, stupid. You have problems with the economy. Take it up with your capitalists. Don't be angry with Muslims. Don't be suspicious of Muslims just because we don't have Marxism in the UK. That is her argument here. And that is insanely patronizing because she completely gaslights that hypothetical crowd she's addressing. She's saying, yes, you must have some legitimate grievances against Muslims, but you know that's not legitimate because A, it's not real Islam. B, it's not even Muslims you really need to be bothered about. It's the capitalists. So I know why you are bothered about grooming gangs. It's because the capitalists are not paying their fair share of taxes. Eat the rich, then you won't have a problem with grooming gangs. 2 + 2 is equal to dinosaur, and therefore the West must not be suspicious of Islam.
And that is why I wanted this debate to be held, because we have seen what happens when people's anger goes unaddressed. It does not disappear. It looks for somewhere to go. And there are people in this country, people on that side of the argument, who have made it their business to be standing there when that anger arrives, ready to point it in a direction that serves them and, believe me, hurts you. The proposition does not have a monopoly on that anger. Mr. Robinson and Mr. Fox have built careers directing that anger at easier targets, scapegoating Islam and Muslim communities, not because we are the cause of your suffering, not because we are a direction of your suspicion, but because when you are profiting from a hollowed out country, it is safer to scapegoat a minority, to set its citizens against one another, than it ever would be to finally let them ask who hollowed their country out in the first place.
So be suspicious of Elon Musk, nothing else. And Hindus if you can, maybe, because they'll bring all their caste system and Sati Pratha in England, but nobody else. Everything else is chill.
But first, let me do what I believe side proposition has missed the mark on when this discussion is being held. Let me reiterate what this motion is and what it is not. The motion is not, the West is right to be suspicious of Salman Abedi, the Manchester Arena bomber. The motion is not, the West is right to be suspicious of jihadist ideologies, of Al-Qaeda, of ISIS, of the examples that you presented. I, as a Muslim, and I am certain, and I can assure you, as many, the vast majority of Muslims are equally as suspicious of those people, of those organized.
She assures you, again, access farming. She has had a word with every top Muslim cleric and scholar in the world. She has spoken to the vast majority of Muslims, of which there are, I'm sure, no studies, surveys, fuck Pew research. None of that is true. She has spoken to Muslims, and that Luton white Muslim has also spoken to Muslims, and they confirm to you that it's okay. They speak out against those bad Muslims as well, and they misinterpret Islam all the time. So don't be suspicious of Muslims. And even if they are bad, so what? You all did crusades anyway. You all did colonialism anyway. So who cares?
As anyone in this room. Let me get to my introduction. Let me get to the motion. The motion is the suspicion of Islam itself, not some caricature that has been painted by Lawrence or by Tommy, or from selected verses in the scripture without context, without understanding, without reference to any of the verses that preceded it or came after it. It is not selective understanding by people who do not believe in Islam. The people who behead, the people who wage wars, the people who attack, and the people who stone and behead, and these are not followers of Islam. The motion.
That is the crux, guys. This is the spoiler I've been giving you from the very beginning. None of that is even Islam. So no matter how much you quote Islam, those are selected, cherry-picked, misrepresented facts, quotes. But even if they are not cherry-picked, even if they are overwhelmingly filled in the Quran, even then, the interpretation of that very direct and clear-cut sentence is wrong if you do just the way the text says. The people who do it just the way it says, they are the ones who have not really understood those sentences, those cherry-picked sentences. And for some reason, the most misunderstood religion, who has most numbers of misunderstanders amongst their ranks, do go around cherry-picking those same sentences and performing them in real lives that seemingly the far-right white supremacists and the Hindu fascists are also after. So why is it that ISIS, Sanjay Dixit and Tommy Robinson united in this pursuit of some cherry-picked verses in the Quran? What is going on here, guys? What is that intoxicating ingredient in those specific cherry-picked verses? Is it the smell of that cherry, goddamn? Why else are all of you after those particular sentences, after which people like her are not going? They are happy with all the nice Muslim stuff. Wait, let me show you this Quran. Wait. Yeah. Hi, guys. I have dust allergy and I took out this book after a long time. Okay. So this is Thus Spake Prophet Muhammad from the Ramakrishna Mission. And this does go after all those lines that ISIS doesn't go after, ISIS doesn't pay heed to, Tommy Robinson doesn't pay heed to, Neeraj Jatri, Sanjay Dixit don't pay heed to. These are the nice lines, and which are filled with absolutely beautiful things. In any portion I pick out here, you will only see the best of stuff. Okay. Words to remember: the best of alms, ALMS, is that which the right hand gives and the left hand knows not of. Meaning, you should not be remembering to whom you gave charity. You should not be keeping tabs and stuff. What a beautiful thing. The most excellent jihad, in bracket holy war, is that for the conquest of self. Why would you disagree with this? Hell is veiled in delights, and heaven is veiled in hardships and miseries. So come out a stronger man. Beautiful. All actions are judged by the motives prompting them. Your intentions matter. The love for the world is the root of all evils. I do not know. I think love for the world in this case means attachment and stuff. So recommending vairagya a little. The proud will not enter paradise, nor a violent speaker. There are in fact some animal rights arguments as well. Service to humanity. He is true who protects his brother, both present and absent. Lots of great lines here and there. Where are the animal cruelty parts? Is there a content page? Yeah, wait. Duty to animals, guys. Check out how much an animal-loving religion Islam is. The Prophet passed by certain people who were shooting arrows at a ram and hated that, saying, "Maim not the animals." A man passed by the Prophet with an ass branded on the face. The Prophet, noticing this, said, "God curses him who has branded it." He also forbade the striking on the face and the branding thereon. An adulteress was pardoned who passed by a dog at a well, holding out his tongue from thirst, which was nearly killing him, because she took off her short boot and tied it to her wrapper and pulled water for him. So was she pardoned for that. It was asked, "Shall we then have any reward for our behavior to the animals?" "There are rewards," said the Prophet, because all endued with fresh and tender hearts. Once upon a time, a man who was passing along the way felt a severe thirst. He found a well into which he descended and drank water thereof. Then as he came out, he saw a dog holding out its tongue and eating clay out of thirst. The man said to himself, "This dog has come to this straight out of thirst like that which oppressed me." So he descended a second time into the well, and filling his short boot with water and holding it with his mouth, he came out and gave the dog a drink. For this act of his, God was grateful to him and pardoned him his sins. They said, "O Prophet of God, have we any reward for our acts in regard to animals?" The Prophet said, "There is reward for every good act done in regard to every heart fresh with life." So this is the beautiful stuff that Quran is in fact filled with, if you look hard enough. So why bother with ISIS? Therefore, the West must not be suspicious of Islam. The West must read Ramakrishna Mission's understanding of Islam. And I will now order that stuff.
Is about Islam. The motion is about the body of the teaching, the 1,400-year tradition, the faith carried by 1.9 billion people, almost all of whom could not have been further removed in their faith, in my faith, from the abhorrent crimes committed supposedly in their name. And this is the important bit that I think you all miss. Yes.
So people who killed the Coptic Christians, people who killed for ISIS, were they not part of that 1.9?
So our young Sir Roger Scruton looking bro could not believe his ears when he was told that basically, guys, every bad thing that you all are talking about has in fact happened by mistake. It was not real Islam. So he stands up to confirm that, okay, so you are saying that all of this was not even Islam? And she says, yeah, what else? What else were you expecting? Obviously, that's not Islam.
Were they just not Islam?
They were not following the teachings of Islam, and I will get to exactly why. They were not following the teachings of Islam, and I will get to why. I will get to why. The motion is about Islam, not about people who claim to believe in Islam and then misrepresent and denigrate our religion. The motion...
Yes, bitches, yes. The only people who know Islam is this girl, that white guy from Luton, and Ramakrishna Mission. The people who don't understand Islam, Aurangzeb, ISIS, Osama bin Laden, etc., etc., etc.
is that the body of teaching itself is the cause of those atrocities in a way that Christianity, Judaism, Hinduism, and even secular ideologies are not the causes of their own. That our faith is inherently incompatible with, and in fact are a danger to British society, its values, traditions, and its culture. That every Muslim, therefore, warrants a presumption of suspicion. And I'm going to, point by point, take your arguments at their highest and tell you why they are wrong. First, given that there were arguments presented by Lawrence, I'm not too sure where he's gone, Lawrence and Tommy, there you are, Lawrence and Tommy, about presumed and supposed scriptures and points in the Quran and verses, I want to take you through what they actually say, what the teachings actually say, what Islam actually says, not the caricature you've been painting. And then I'd like to ask you whether you are suspicious of those values and those cultures. The claim that the Quran is a manual of violence and that mainstream Islam is therefore inherently at war with and in contradiction with Western values is what I've heard tonight. You will have heard, for example, both from JL and Tommy Robinson, that the proposition calls the sword verse, kill the unbelievers wherever you find them. What you will not have heard is the verse immediately before it, which exempts anyone who has kept a peace treaty with the Muslims. You would not have heard the verse immediately after it, which orders Muslims to grant safe passage to any non-Muslim who asks for it and to escort them to safety. You will not have heard that every major classical commentator on the Quran across 1400 years and every Muslim that actually follows the scripture agrees that the verse was about a very specific group of Arab tribes who had signed a peace agreement with the early Muslim community and then broke it in the middle of war in 17th century Arabia. It is dishonest. It is dishonest to stand here, no, let me finish. It is dishonest to stand here and selectively quote and misrepresent and misquote. Let me get to the end of my point and I'll get to you.
Charlie Hebdo was also a misunderstanding.
Let me get to the end of my quote and then I'll get to you. Let me get to the end of my point and I'll get to you.
Point of information has been declined, Mr. Jones-Lyons.
It is not and has never been read by the scholarly tradition as a standing order for all Muslims in all centuries against everyone who does not share their faith. It has never been the case. And anyone who says that they follow Islam and have committed those crimes in that name, in that verse, is a liar and not a follower of our religion.
So you see, guys, it's preempted. any Muslim you might potentially have a problem with is not even Muslim fully. He doesn't even understand Islam. So don't be suspicious of Islam. Just have a problem with that guy, maybe, yeah, it's justified. If you have a problem with that guy, it's not because of Islam. Don't bring Islam into this. Don't blame Islam for this. And be opposed to that guy. Fair enough. Therefore, it's not Islamophobia to hate that guy because he's not really Muslim, right? So this woman won't have any problems with Yogi Ji demolishing the homes of any Muslim terrorist or rioter and stuff because they are not even Muslims. They haven't followed real Islam, which is why I say, guys, this must be a law. Whatever be your religion, if you commit violence in the name of your religion, your last rites will not be performed according to your religion. You'll have to give up that right. That will be so much fun and reduce terrorism to such a degree, guys. I'm telling you all. They might not care about getting blown up. They will care about getting cremated according to Hindu rites. That's going to really piss them off. If that's the law, that if you are a terrorist, if you are a Muslim terrorist and you get arrested in India, if you die, if you get shot, your last rites will be in a shamshan. And it should be the same for whatever a hypothetical Hindu terrorist is as well. They must be buried in a graveyard. Yes. And none of them are purple-haired atheists, so I am sure they'll have a tough time swallowing that fact.
I think the heading the having a woman versus one of them with that verse justified when he murdered. So again, don't need to argue with us. Need to argue with the
I get your point. I have just given you the exact quotation from the religious scripture upon which that person claimed to have followed. I have shown you that that is not what the verse says. Let me finish.
So yeah, as you know, everybody you know in Islam, in the bad people in Islam, all of them have misunderstood those lines except her. Now, where is Shagnik? Shagnik is saying, what did Ramakrishna Mission say about Islam? I just read out those portions. Did you go away from the live stream for a while, Shagnik? Then rewind a little. I was reading out something. That was the Ramakrishna Mission book called Thus Spake Prophet Muhammad, where they have absolutely not cherry-picked the nice, sweet verses from all Islamic texts and made a compilation.
Jail. I've shown you that that is not what the verse said. I have shown you that that is not what the teachings ascribe to us and tell us to follow. Let me finish. If somebody wants to pick out any verse from the Bible, from the Old Testament, from the Torah, any selective verse, a verse where Moses is discussed killing innocent civilians, or Solomon taking up tens of dozens of wives, and then I tell you that that must justify anyone who then claims that that text is referenced to or is presented to be a defense of their actions, you would tell me that is unjustified. You would tell me that is not the correct reading of the scripture.
Can
I've accepted a point of information.
Gentlemen, can I ask you both to take your seats, please? Mr. Andalusi. Thank you.
I've accepted a point of information.
Well, can I encourage you to make a little progress, since we seem to have points on both sides, and then perhaps return to the point?
Yeah. Let me finish, please.
No, a point of order having been raised. Mr. Jones-Lyons.
I raised the point.
You did raise the point.
I asked that people be forbidden, as the Forms of House forbid, from doing individual photography and film.
You will not have heard that
Madam President, one moment. I will remind those in the chamber that with the exception of those with prior arrangements with the system in the chamber, of the
this motion is not
photographers and those that have already arranged recording. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. This motion is not about non-believers, people who say they believe in Islam but don't actually follow its teachings. It is about Islam. And I would urge you all to follow through with that motion, with that wording, and actually scrutinize the religious teachings for what they actually are and not for what you want them to be to fit your narrative. Let me get to my point. Thank you. You will not have even heard that the verses that you are quoting come from a chapter in the Quran called repentance. Not conquest, not war, repentance. That it is the name the book itself gives to the chapter the proposition will tell you is a manual for killing you. Another claim we have heard tonight from Tommy Robinson is this: whoever changes his religion, kill him, from Bukhari. That sounds absolute, but it is not.
Yes, she actually called them disbelievers. People who don't even believe in Islam is equal to people who misrepresent Islam and do bad stuff to non-Muslims.
The Hanafi school, followed by most British Muslims, in fact, most Muslims across the world, has long held that this only applies to those who leave Islam and wage war against communities. Wage war. It is not just, it is not honest, it is not just, and it is not honest to cherry pick quotes and verses. I will get to you. Let me get some progress, please. Let me get to make some progress, please. And then when it comes to the verse supposedly enabling violence against women, actually, I'll leave that for, you haven't mentioned it, so I won't bring it up. But if somebody were to mention the verse on that supposedly enables violence against women, all that verse is hung on is one word in Arabic, which commentators like yourselves have latched on to mean beat them. That word has 20 different meanings in Arabic. Major scholars do not interpret that word to mean the worst and harshest possible interpretation. The Prophet himself, whom you say we believe is rightful and we must follow in his example, said himself that he disliked men who hit their wives. So just preempting any arguments that were put in that direction. Let me please finish. Let me please finish, Jael. The same pattern shows up with the hadith you mentioned about Aisha and the marriage. The claim that she was 6 at marriage and 9 at consummation. Except what they don't tell you is that the source who provided that recollection is not seen as concretely reliable, that the author of one of the earliest and most revered collections of hadith in Islamic law, Imam Malik, did not accept this narrator's report. And that various
based on Islam are simply wrong. Islam doesn't say that. But even if it did, it's not a problem because your age of consent laws were really retarded 200 years ago. That's what she's going to come to.
Age as far, far older. English common law, however, set the age of consent at 12 until 1875. Canon law permitted marriage from puberty. The marriage practices Mr. Robinson is condemn the whole of pre-modern civilization, including Christian Europe, if we were to take his arguments at their highest tonight.
Point of information.
Let me get to my speech. I'm not being able to get
You haven't taken 1 point from me. Are you afraid? There are still Muslim countries in this world which say that their legal system is based on Sharia, which allow the marriage of children because of their belief in those verses. Are you saying they're not Muslims too?
Again, and I do not understand why it is so difficult for proposition to wrap their heads around this. People can take any text and they can misinterpret.
She's asking a question to all of you as well. Why is it so difficult for you to wrap your heads around this fact that the overwhelming majority of Muslims simply don't understand Islam? Every bad Muslim person you have ever heard of was simply not Muslim. He just misunderstood the whole thing. It was all a big confusion. Get over it, forget it, guys, move on. And therefore, the West must not be suspicious of Islam.
And they can misapply it and they can believe.
Okay, my delivery is right around the corner. I'll just leave for a few moments, okay?
That what they're doing is Islamic. Latent, sit down. They can believe that what they are doing is Islamic and in accordance with Islamic principles. I am asking you to scrutinize Islam and its teachings. Let me get to its point. The people who misquote, misrepresent, and take Islam at its worst, and then try and purport that they are Muslims and they are following the teachings of Islam, are people you should be suspicious of, I have no doubt. But that is not suspicious of Islam.
We're talking about libations.
Can I finish, please? We are also told Muslims are meant to follow the Prophet's example. Fair enough. But then key parts of that example quietly disappear in the arguments presented by Tommy and Lawrence and the rest of the bench. The Constitution of Medina, drafted and delivered by the Prophet, set up a community of Muslims, Jews, and pagans living together with mutual obligations and religious freedoms. Quote, the Jews are a community along with the believers, to the Jews their religion, to Muslims theirs.
So you see, Makkah was actually meant to be a really tolerant and beautiful, peaceful place of harmony by Prophet Muhammad himself. And then simply mysteriously, the pagans and the Jews disappeared from that area. Or all of them took up Islam happily, peacefully, consensually, because it's such a nice religion, such a beautiful religion of beautiful ideas, because they also did go through the Ramakrishna Mission book called The Spake Prophet Muhammad once, at least in their lives.
It is right there. It is right there. Another treaty was with the Christians of Yemen.
It is right there. Makkah is a secular, tolerant, harmonious place. It's right there, guys.
protecting their churches and clergy, not mentioned anywhere. The Prophet's final sermon 2 months before he died went as such: there is no superiority of an Arab over a non-Arab, or a non-Arab over an Arab, or a white over a black, or a black over a white, except in piety. Not mentioned anywhere in any of the arguments that you are going to present, because it does not fit your narrative.
But since most Muslims do not follow this or do not believe this line of argument, so what does the West do? The West must not be suspicious of Islam.
I'm gonna run out of time, please bear with me. From the Quran's own lines in that chapter that I quoted to you, which is called, "O disbelievers, for you your religion, and for me mine." Somehow that does not make the cut. After a while, the pattern becomes obvious. The case works best when certain texts stay off the page. You can do the exact same thing with other scriptures. Deuteronomy 20, when you take a city, save alive nothing that breathe. Numbers 31, kill all the boys and kill every woman who has slept with a man, but save for yourselves every girl who has not. Let me finish. You can build a very dark picture that way, but that is not how Jews and Christians read their scriptures. I extend that generosity to
Okay, she doesn't know that she's arguing against herself. Yes, Jews and Christians don't do that today. Somebody else does. So are they doing it because they are misrepresenting those sentences, or are they not doing those things? Because she's arguing they are not meant to be those things anyway in the text. But at the same time, Judaism and Christianity has those lines, but the people are not following it. But some of us are following it, but they are not our people, guys. Yeah, you can get away with this kind of debating with commies who are your friends, guys. Not everyone.
my Muslim, to my Christian brothers and my Jewish brothers and Jewish neighbors, I'm simply asking that it be extended tonight to mine. Can I please get through my speech? I will get back to you. So let's actually see, because you've said, how do people take that religion and that scripture and how do they apply it in their day-to-day lives? I'm not going to deny that there are people who try to understand that, fail, and try to use that as a cover-up for atrocious and abhorrent actions. Those are not Muslims latent for God.
Those are not Muslims. Osama bin Laden was not Muslim. Aurangzeb wasn't Muslim. The people who blew up Charlie Hebdo was not Muslim. Ajmal Kasab was not Muslim. That's it. Go home. Is then end of the debate. What's the problem, guys? So फिर problem क्या है? Nobody's a Muslim.
For God's sake. So let's see how those religious teachings translate into actual Muslim attitudes. Opium, last year, 85% of British Muslims back democracy as the best system of government. The general public, 71%. 94% back equal treatment under the law for all faiths and none. The general public, 80%.
This data is suspicious because we know Pew did the landmark research on this and found out that most, at least British Muslims, want Sharia law or are against homosexuality, etc. Would like to see them punished and go to jail or get killed, etc. for blasphemy, etc. Blasphemy. What else? Yeah, blasphemy type things for the non-believers. Is my delivery guy riding a cycle? Why is it taking so long?
7 in 10 say they feel loyal to the United Kingdom. The general public, 1 in 2. 8 in 10 interact with non-Muslims at least weekly. 9 in 10 stay standing against bigotry, including anti-Semitism, matters to them. 4 in 10 have served themselves or through family in public service. On every single one of those measures, British Muslims are more committed to British values than the British average. These are not numbers from a community at war with this country. These are numbers from a community holding the line on the values this country claims.
Holding the line, holding the line, holding the line, saving therefore the British culture or laws. From whom? Holding the line? Holding the line against whom? More importantly, the people she's talking about, if at all it is a legitimate stat, then she's talking about just the British Muslims there right now who are documented, who have taken part in that survey, not the rest. Has the survey taken into account all the illegal immigrants from North Africa? And they are not, obviously, they are not real Muslims. They have not understood true Islam. Okay, it's arrived now. I'll go get that.
To believe in. Well, the proposition tells you we are a threat to them.
And exactly the same pattern shows up when we turn from opinion polls to crime statistics. The story you are being sold about Muslim crime looks very different once you see the whole pictures, including, for example, grooming gangs. And please do bear with me, I've been interrupted for quite a bit. For the grooming gangs, the abuse happened, the girls were real, the failures were real. I will not minimize any of it. And as a Muslim woman, I am not here to do so. In Rotherham, Rochdale, Telford, the offender public's profiles on the headlines were dominated by British Pakistani Muslim men. That is true, that must be spoken about. But there is another truth that must be named alongside it. Those girls were working class. Working class girls in towns that had already been told their problems did not matter, failed by police officers who did not come, councils who looked away, institutions that decided their suffering was not worth the paperwork. Class contempt is what allowed this to continue for decades, and no girl, no working class girl, no girl of any background should ever have to learn that her pain is an administrative inconvenience. What Mr. Robinson never shows you, and what the rest of the bench will never talk to you about, is that 81% of child-based sexual offenses were most commonly committed by white men. The government's own 2020 review of group-based child sexual exploitation said two things very clearly. First, that group-based child sexual exploitation offenders, let me please land, are most commonly white. I'm getting to that point. And second, that the data are too poor to show that any ethnic group is uniquely predisposed to offending or overrepresented as perpetrators. That answers your point. I hope you heard it. In other words, there is no evidence that so-called grooming gangs involving Muslim men are disproportionate once you step back and look at the whole picture, rather than a handful of high-profile cases.
In groups of men.
I didn't take it. Please go ahead. Please stop time. Go for it.
Groups of men, rape children, groups of men. So there's two different types of people here. There's individuals like which you said was 81% white. The country's got 87% white, so they're not overrepresented. The point is, Pakistani men make
under a conservative. No, because you made your point. You made a point. You've made your points. You've made your point, and I've heard it. You made your point, and I've heard it. And a conservative government inquiry into a conservative government inquiry into the proportion of grooming gang-related crimes committed by all groups found.
Mr. Robinson, I must ask you to take your seat. The point has been taken. The president is responding.
Right. Please do check the facts after this. Everyone here in the chamber is more than welcome to do so. I'm asking for 2 more minutes, if you'll allow me that. There are some other facts that the proposition will not give you. The first, that Muslims were among the dead in terrorist attacks, supposedly committed under the name of Islam. Muslims were among the doctors who treated the wounded, the paramedics who ran towards the smoke, the first respondents who held the dying. The proposition asks you to condemn a community it will not acknowledge was also grieving. The second, that Muslims are disproportionately represented among those who flag concerns to counter-terror programs. It is Muslim mothers who call the hotline, Muslim fathers who sit with police officers and say that something is.
So guys, Noakhali happened because middle-class Hindus had their own homes and flats and stuff, and the poor Muslims of Noakhali did not. The riots at Khidirpur 2-3 years back in Khidirpur between Hindus and Muslim, when Saraswati Puja and Miladun Nabi coincided on the same day. That riot happened because, like that intellectual said on Republic Bangla, that check the homes of those Muslim attackers. Their homes do not have helipads on the terrace. They do not even have a terrace. They don't have swimming pools on their terrace. So what is a man to do then? If not, go attack some Hindu Dalits in your neighborhood. Because those Hindu Dalits in that neighborhood in Khidirpur definitely had swimming pools and a helipad on their terraces. And therefore, the grooming gangs is a capitalism issue. It's Elon Musk taking all your wealth. Adani. Bill Gates is a good person because he does so much for Africa. But everyone else, Sam Altman, these people are sucking away the money from the hands of poor Americans and British people, because of which there is a rising income inequality and rising wealth inequality, which created a situation which gave certain bhatke hue Muslim yuva from Pakistan the idea that let's start grooming gangs. Elon Musk didn't pay taxes, therefore they decided let's have a grooming gang. If Elon Musk had paid taxes, either there would not be those grooming gangs, or they would not go after simply working class girls. If Elon Musk had paid his fair share, then those grooming gangs would have picked up even Alia Bhatt. That is the argument. I will now consume what I have ordered, and it's extremely bad for health. Do not consume it, guys. Where is the tab?
Wrong. The community the proposition frames as the threat is in practice one of our most reliable lines of defense. And then there's what the proposition will not say at all. In 2019, a man walked into 2 mosques in Christchurch during Friday prayers and murdered 51 Muslims, among them a 3-year-old boy. His manifesto named Mr. Robinson directly. It thanked him. If we are tallying the dead tonight, and the proposition has made very clear that we are, then the dead of Christchurch belong on that tally too. He thanked you on the card. I haven't.
Mr. Robinson, please, thank you.
Suspicion of Muslims as a category has also been tried as a policy. Over 83,000 men from 25 mainly Muslim majority countries were forced to register with US authorities under special registration. More than 13,000 were put into deportation proceedings. The number of terrorism convictions produced was 0. In the United Kingdom, between 2001 and 2011, fewer than 1% of terrorism-related arrests resulted in a conviction for a terrorism offense. It broke up thousands of families and consumed billions in resources, catching almost nothing. That is what suspicion of an entire community, of an entire category of people gets you. Nothing. I'm going to skip over to my ending. So when the proposition tells you that more suspicion makes Britain safer, I would like to ask them to look at the record. Not the theory, the record.
Guys, let's address the elephant in the room. To be fair to these pro-Islam activists / debaters, 50% of the Islamic terrorism, extremism problem that exists today, not forever in mankind, 50% of that at least is the doing of Israel and USA. The other 50% is not, and the history that we share with Islam, or our ancestors have experienced at the hands of Islam, that has nothing to do with American funding and imperialism, etc. That is the fun part that they do get away with while debating white people. They cannot make that argument here. Every time I debate a commie, look what USA did. USA went there, USA went there, USA went there, Israel went there. And I ask, what CIA was funding Aurangzeb? What is your point? So in the end, it's who's doing what today.
And look to who they are telling you to trust. And this is important because these are the people who are advocating for these points most. And it is important to know where they come from. In 2018, Mr. Robinson published videos claiming that Jamal Hijazi, a Syrian refugee schoolboy in Huddersfield whose assault on a playground had gone viral, was himself a violent bully. In fact, the video showed him being throttled and waterboarded by other people. Please give me a minute. Mr. Hijazi sued for libel. Mr. Justice Nicklin found Mr. Robinson's allegations were fake and highly defamatory and ordered him to pay £100,000 in damages. He did not go to prison for telling the truth about Muslim grooming gangs. He went to prison for lying about a vulnerable refugee child. Let me finish.
Therefore, the West must not be suspicious of Islam. And therefore, forget Aurangzeb.
Let me finish.
When are you going to finish?
Each generation of British Muslims is more educated, more politically engaged, more invested in this country's future. There are serious issues within some Muslim communities, and some of the most courageous people fighting those battles are Muslim women, doing it quietly, without a platform, without a head.
Finally, a point we can agree with. There are problems allegedly in those non-Muslim, because they are wrong Muslims. Now she's saying they are Muslims, in fact, but they are bhatke hue Muslims. And the people fighting against that are a lot of courageous people, some of whom are in fact women, and it's more courageous for you if you are a woman, in fact. Yes, they do exist. Therefore, do not be suspicious of Islam. Other than arguing what they're supposed to argue, they are arguing every other point. And in fact, coming up with good arguments on other fucking tangents, but not on what they are supposed to debate.
Fund manager paying their legal fees. So let me end where I began, with my faith and with this country. The Prophet Muhammad hosted the Christians of Najran in his own mosque and invited them to pray there after debating them on a religion that they ultimately did not pick up. They did not convert to Islam. He guaranteed the Jews of Medina the protection of their religion and their descent. The book I believe to be the word of God says in plain Arabic, there is no compulsion in religion. For you, your religion, and for me, mine. That is the tradition that built me. That is the tradition that proposition is asking you to declare suspect. Free speech and debate is not something I do despite being a Muslim. It is something I do because of it. Hang on a second. So
Decades back, about 15 years back, I think, Reza Aslan, you all remember that? Anand, you will know about him, of course. People who used to, Ash Ketchum, you will probably remember Reza Aslan. Reza Aslan once made this point that Islam is a very vague text. I mean, the Quran is a very vague text, so you can be a terrorist and be a believing Muslim, and you can be a hardcore feminist and be a very devout believing Muslim. So even Reza Aslan disagrees with this girl, of course. But yes, apparently you can be a feminist if you are a practicing devout Muslim.
When I defend your right to read from my holy book in a voice dripping with contempt, when I sit through speeches calling my faith a danger and rise to them with evidence rather than grit, I'm not betraying my religion, I am practicing it. Half the team that built this debate are Muslim women. Do not let anyone sell you a false England.
Those Muslim women who organized this debate in Oxford, were they doing it under Sharia law or British law? If so, why isn't this debate happening in a Muslim country, ma'am? Young lady. She's a kid, we must not forget that. At least in comparison to me, I have to be courteous.
England that was pure until the day your Muslim neighbor moved in, that England never existed. The real England is messier, it's kinder, it's more mixed. It is England where a Syrian schoolboy in a school playground deserves protection from lies, where 4 young people in Filton can oppose a weapons factory without being branded as terrorists, where a Muslim girl can walk to class without being treated as suspect. That England is still here. It is worth fighting for.
Okay, my commie friend decided to hop into my live stream on a very nice day. Yes, I'll give you a call then. But you'll be asleep by then, right? Or tomorrow is Sunday. Okay, so Jagathak, call coach.
So look at who is on which side of this argument tonight. Look at who is defending free speech and who is suing journalists. Look at who only a week ago was in his abode in Spain telling you that immigrants are the problem. And ask yourself the only question this motion has ever really cared about, not whether Islam is a danger to the West, but whether a handful of rich men get to convince you that your own neighbors are your enemy. Vote against this motion. My faith has survived empires. It will survive this evening. Vote against it to protect what is best in your own tradition, the right of every person in this country to be seen as a human being before they are seen as a category. They are not trying to fix this country. They are trying to own it. Do not let them own your anger or your England. We are not, and we never were, your enemy.
So Elon Musk is the enemy. Focus on that. Forget about us. Be suspicious of Elon Musk and capitalism, guys. Pay your taxes, eat the rich, and make them pay their fair share. That's all.
You made many accusations at the end of that meeting. 167 million people watched my documentary. They know. I'll say you probably not saying incredibly. Did you watch the film? Did you watch the documentary?
No, but I read about the legal proceedings.
Did you watch the documentary? I read about
the legal proceedings. I read about the legal proceedings. So you distrust the court. You distrust one of the institutions.
Mr. Robinson, Madam President. Order. Thank you. Madam President, I think if I can ask you to take your seat, Mr. Robinson, I can ask you to take yours. And I call upon Mr. Jonathan Sacradotti to continue the case for the proposition.
Thank you. Well, it's very good to be back in the Oxford Union. I just want to take up a few points that we've heard from the other side, which is really their strongest argument appears to be that anybody that's done something bad in the name of Islam actually wasn't really Muslim or wasn't really carrying out the true scripture of Islam. And indeed, they are non-believers, but even those people, Islam has some pretty vile treatments in store for. So on that basis alone, for non-believers of Islam, I would query
whether or not we should be suspicious of it. And I must say again, I must echo the thanks to the President for her hospitality in bringing us here tonight. I have admiration for her holding this debate. She was also a wonderful host at the dinner. Last time they sat me almost outside, but she had me on the high table. Indeed, she offered me some wine. But I thought that Allah had cursed wine, its drinker, its server, its seller, its buyer, its presser, and the one for whom it's pressed, the one who carries it, and the one to whom it is carried. So I hope that she still counts as a Muslim, given that her version of Islam is one that sounded much nicer than the one that many of us are familiar with. 5 minutes before Salman Abedi detonated his bomb, killing 22 people at an Ariana Grande concert in Manchester Arena, he was spotted by Kyle Lawler, an 18-year-old security guard. And after the bombing, Kyle told the inquiry, "I just had a bad feeling about him." Kyle had been suspicious, but he didn't act, he didn't raise the alarm. Why? Here's what he said. "I felt unsure about what to do." That's what he told the inquiry. "And being branded a racist, it made me hesitant." 22 people were killed. This is a lesson in ignoring suspicion, and it's one that the West needs to learn urgently. No, thank you. I've had phone calls this week from friends, family, colleagues. Some called to praise me for my courage, others to question my sanity for coming back here, and one or two who begged me not to speak with you tonight. Why? In what way does it take courage to come and speak at a student debating society? Why would it be foolish for my safety to debate at the invitation of a Muslim woman with 2 Muslim men and a mock Victorian Catholic knight? We all know why.
Which bit is mock?
Well, the Victorian. We all know why. It's why there's quite a lot of security here. It's why there's a bit of electricity in the air. It's why this debate generated news.
That's why everybody was clutching their pearls when Lawrence was taking out that mysterious object that from that grubby little package.
Coverage before it even happened. It is because of Islam. Now, I'm not a Muslim. For the purposes of full disclosure, I'm a Jew and a Briton. So I'm not here to speak for Muslims and what individual Muslims do or don't think or feel or believe. I'm not here to argue over Quranic verses and hadith. I'm here tonight to represent the other side of this debate, Western values. I'm here to talk about how Islam has encroached on our lives. I would love not to be here, especially at this time. I would love never to talk about this topic again, never to talk about Islam. It's not my faith, it's not my ideology. But over and over again, it has confronted me, coming for my life, for your lives. I am not motivated by hate, whatever those people outside say. The only person in this debate who has made physical threats was over there. No, thank you. I am motivated by love. Love for freedom, love for life, love for debate, for discussion, love for the West. The West is a civilization of defiant liberty and fearless truth-telling, and that is why I'm here now. Now, I often ask people what their first conscious memory of Islam was. For me, it was as a child of 8 or 9 when Salman Rushdie published the Satanic Verses. What followed was a global eruption of Islamic fury, book burnings in the streets, a death fatwa from Ayatollah Khomeini.
Now, based on the metrics provided, the criterion provided by that Madam President, Salman Rushdie obviously did not understand Islam because he was fixating again on the cherry-picked, misrepresented verses. And the people who attacked him also actually do not follow or understand real Islam, because that's not what a good Muslim would ever do or condone. And she has confirmation because she has spoken to the vast majority of Muslims in the world and has it on good authority that the vast majority of top clerics also are against it. So in the end, what a null and void situation for Salman Rushdie, a non-Muslim, a bhatke hue Muslim getting attacked by other bhatke hue Muslims and getting hounded by other bhatke hue Muslims for his entire lives. It's outside the purview of a discussion on Islam, in fact. It's a discussion about, in a debate about pagans or disbelievers, kafirs. That's where I think we can discuss Salman Rushdie and the people who attacked Salman Rushdie, because both of them are kafirs according to Madam President.
A trail of terror that crossed decades and borders. My own father, a bookseller who believed in the fundamental Western right to read and write even offensive ideas, was forced to sell copies from behind the counter for fear of his own life. Translators were stabbed, publishers shot. And over 30 years later, in 2022, a young Muslim assassin, Hadi Matar, nearly murdered the elderly Rushdie on stage in New York, blinding him in one eye, because he wrote a story. Yet, in the face of this medieval intolerance, Rushdie struck back with the West's greatest weapons, his pen and his mind, writing a new book, Knife. He fought violence with art, Western. They fought art with violence, Islamic.
Bengalis, লাঠির মুখে গানের সুর দেখিয়ে দিল যাদবপুর. Oh, my commie friend is still here. I'm sure you can add up a few slogans of yourself, Ronti, if you remember some, maybe some of your OCs.
But you don't need to be a writer to have suffered the violent intrusion of Islam into your life. On September the 11th, 2001, 19 hijackers cried Allahu Akbar as they murdered nearly 3,000 people in the name of Islam, flying planes into the Twin Towers. On the 7th of July, 2005, 4 British Muslim suicide bombers slaughtered 52 commuters on London's tube and a bus, declaring, "We are at war and I am a soldier." In 2013, Michael Adebilajo beheaded the young British soldier Lee Rigby in broad daylight on a Woolwich street, and then proudly told police and cameras, his hands dripping in blood, "I'm a soldier of Allah." Theo van Gogh, stabbed, shot, nearly decapitated in Amsterdam for criticizing Islam. His killer pinned a note to the body declaring it was done, quotes, "by the law that commands me to cut off the head of anyone who insults Allah and his prophet."
Can you give me examples from the scripture, directly, in context, properly, that would advise or point to the actions of any of these specific people?
This is the crux of this point. I don't need to give you those examples because all of these men who slaughtered Westerners, who slaughtered other Muslims, gave their...
Guess why the Madam President asked him about the scripture now, okay? Because everybody else was very happy to quote scriptures, right? To them, she said, oh, cherry-picked A, cherry-picked verses, B, bhatke hue Muslims. To this guy who said, I don't care about the verses, I'm just seeing what's being done in front of my eyes. To him, he says, but on what basis, sir? On what basis did they do those things? Doesn't it ever keep you alive, keep you up at night thinking what must have they been reading? So tell me the verses, tell me the exact quotes now. Why can't you, sir?
Quotes from your holy book. Ayan Hirsi Ali, no thank you, who worked with Van Gogh. She's lived with round-the-clock protection ever since. She was a Muslim who committed the crime of leaving that faith and criticizing it. Are you starting to see the pattern yet? In 2006, Ilan Halimi, a French...
Patterns are for racists, guys. There is nothing called pattern. Everything is on an individual micro level.
French Jew was kidnapped, tortured for 24 days and burnt alive by a gang who shouted, guess what? Allahu Akbar. A rabbi and 3 small Jewish children gunned down at a school in Toulouse. A kosher supermarket in Paris, 4 Jews executed. A teacher at Batley Grammar School here, hounded into hiding by Muslim mobs baying for his death for showing a cartoon. Charlie Hebdo, 3 gay friends in Reading, David Amos MP, Streatham, London Bridge, Westminster Bridge, Parsons Green, Manchester Victoria Station, journalists, gay men, Jews, MPs, commuters, police, ordinary citizens. The list goes on and on. Dishonest people will tell you that this is not Islam, but extremism. Extreme what? Extreme Jainism, extreme Quakerism. The 2 converts to Islam opposite cannot deny that those killers were Muslim, following their Islamic beliefs. They said it themselves. The list of Islamic contributions to our Western life demonstrates that human cost, the human cost that makes people in here afraid to even talk about Islam. That's why we're suspicious of Islam.
But that's on the basis of bhatke hue Muslims, not real Muslims. Come on, sir.
And don't worry, I know that Islam is not all violence. It's also political. In 1928, Hassan al-Banna founded the Muslim Brotherhood, a disciplined movement to reverse the fading of traditional Islamic life in Egypt, building an entire alternative Islamic society. I have another couple of pages, which I hope you'll give me the courtesy of. Building an entire Islamic society, mosques, schools, charities, youth groups, businesses, institutions, which they then spread to the West. And their devised strategy was one of patient Islamic transformation from within. A civilizational jihad. Don't worry, that is not a far-right name made up by Tommy Robinson or me. That's actually what they called it, and we know that because the FBI seized their 1991 explanatory memorandum setting out the plan to settle in the West, build Islamic centers and spaces, infiltrate institutions.
But sir, isn't that because it's being done by the CIA in the first place? You see, CIA was sending bags full of cash to Aurangzeb, Aurangzeb's teacher, who convinced Aurangzeb that go kill your dumb brother who's translating the Upanishad into Arabic and Farsi, then on to Latin. It's all spreading, guys. Bro, please don't be like your father, don't be like your grandfather. Become a true Muslim once again. And that's when that teacher of Aurangzeb went back home and got on a burner phone with his handler and said, "Sir, the job is done. I have turned Aurang. He is no longer going to be friends with his brother. He is not going to let his elder brother become the king of the country now. And we have successfully made a plan to rob India of the possibility of having the only great, truly tolerant, secular Muslim king. Thank you, sir. Over and out." That's the conversation between CIA, Aurangzeb, and Aurangzeb's teacher.
And work until, quote, Allah's religion is made victorious over all other religions. No, thank you. Nearly a century later, they are widely accepted across Europe and in the US and much of the West as a dangerous threat to democracy. So Islam doesn't only attack with bombs. Sometimes it uses our own freedoms and our own land and our own institutions against us. And Islam's ambition to spread is not always so subtle. Historically, Islam is an ideology of conquest and expansionism. After Muhammad's death in 632, its armies burst out of Arabia and within a century conquered much of the ancient Christian world, the Middle East, North Africa, Egypt, Syria. They pushed into Spain, Al-Andalusi, where's that name from? They reached France, halted at Tours in 732. Yes.
Remind him what happened in 1492.
Thank you for the reminder.
Okay, thank you for this reminder as well. Somebody is saying that Dara Shikoh was a Zionist. Yeah, so Dara Shikoh was getting Mossad funding and his brother was getting CIA funding. You see? And therefore, the West must not be suspicious of Islam.
That the Muslims were expelled, along with the Jews were expelled by Christians.
They were indeed.
These sorts of wrongs have happened between all religions throughout history.
And 14th century, sorry, excuse me, absolutely. And if you would like to invite me back, Sir Rees-Mogg, I would be delighted to debate your religion and your faith and the wrongs that it has done my people as well. But that is for another evening. Wherever they've conquered, Jews and Christians were reduced to dhimmis, defeated peoples living under submission, tax, and Islamic supremacy. Because at Islam's core is political, theological dominance, not private internal faith. They may try to hide it, but it is written in blood across the centuries until today. For every other ideology, we can be proud of the positives and still suspicious of the negatives. But some people are so quick to list all the great things they say Islam's contributed. The second speaker, that he gave some money once to an old man who was in need. But they utterly reject any Islamic connection to all the dreadful things that I've mentioned tonight. The bits they like, those are all Islam. But the bits they don't like, well, not Islam. Totally binary. In an era when being non-binary is all the rage. Everything today is on a spectrum, except Islam. So, I'm asking you to believe your own eyes, to accept your own survival instincts, apply the same rational thoughts to Islam that you would and should to any other set of ideas and behaviors. Kyle Lawler, that Manchester Arena security guard, will live forever with the heavy weight of ignoring his suspicion. Don't be Kyle Lawler. Don't be afraid to call out an urgent danger that you instinctively identify just because you're afraid. What we have in the West is worth protecting. Our freedoms, our culture, our ethics, this university, this country, all of it. And it can compete, it can win, but only if you stay curious, stay intelligent, stay suspicious, especially of Islam.
Advance the case for the...
Thank you.
Okay, this is going to be really fun now. At least by the looks of it, the most Muslim man here. Now we are going to get the best of the arguments and not any bhatke hue Muslim arguments. A glass of water. Throw it up like Triple H.
Greetings to you all. Assalamu alaikum.
Time to play the game.
Pax Vobiscum to the Catholics. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President.
Not quite yet.
Yeah. Members of the Oxford Union, friends, I know you're tired after a long debate. I'll try to bring some clarity to a lot of these discussions. Unfortunately, as Brandolini's law states, it takes a disproportionate amount of time to explain something that is false, which was said in a few words. So I'll try to cover as much as possible. My background is Portuguese, so I might have unpatriotic thoughts when it comes to the World Cup. Força Portugal. But I will say that my background is actually more fascinating than this. From my mother's side of the family, I discovered that we descend from a Jewish family that was a couple of centuries ago persuaded to be Catholic and wasn't able to escape Spain. And if they were trying to hide their faith, there was the Portuguese Inquisition around to give some very sharp arguments. Now, I know you're thinking, the Portuguese had an Inquisition? Yes. No one expects the Portuguese Inquisition. So this title is a funny one, and I'm going to try to deal with as many points as possible. I think that if we looked at Hermann Ebbing, the German member of the Free Democratic Party, who argued when he was found with child photos that if he was prosecuted publicly, it would increase anti-Semitism, and his sentence was reduced. Tom Artyom Alexandrovich, again, someone caught in Las Vegas, left to Israel and very quietly allowed to escape bail. And of course, well, Jeffrey Epstein, Weinstein. If we said, wait a second, what do they all have in common? Should we stop being suspicious of what they all have in common? You'd say that's anti-Semitic, and rightly so. So could we not extend, perhaps, the same latitude to criminals in every other community on planet Earth?
Fair enough. This is a pretty watertight argument. That, well, if so many Jews seem to be in so much of soup, and so per capita, even if we are less numbers of bhatke hue Muslims, at least that we know of, then equally be suspicious of both, or be equally non-suspicious of both.
Please. None of those people used the Torah to justify sexual abuse, for example, or any of those things, because it's not in there. They did it because they're bad people,
You mean the
not
Mishnah,
because they're
perhaps?
Jews.
Some actually, that there's been some quirky rabbis, not actually part of the mainstream, but have argued for permissibility to have sexual relations.
He himself says not part of the mainstream.
With a child over 3 years old. Would we say, oh, that means that all Jews are allowed to do that, and that's allowed for Jews? No, it's not, right? So anyone, as the saying goes by Shakespeare, the devil can quote scripture. Okay, well, I'm going to go into patience, sir.
Gentlemen, can I remind you of the forms of the House, please?
I think I've made him a little irate. It's okay. Please, just, no, I'm trying to talk about the principle.
Can I ask you to please refrain from interrupting the speaker? We have discussed the forms of the House. If you wish to make a point of information, please rise and do so. Otherwise, please allow the speaker to continue. Thank you.
So let's discuss as many things as possible, and I'm going to speed up a little bit. So people talk about what ISIS did to Yazidis. Where were the Yazidis, by the way? Or in the Middle East? For how long? 1,400 years. And who were their neighbors for 1,400 years? Muslims. So the Muslims only after 1,400 years said, wait a second, those look a bit funny. Yazidis, let's persecute them.
You see, before the Mossad and CIA, those Muslims lived happily side by side. There were no problems between them. It just must be some Videshi Shakti ka haath, which has created troubles in between these, by the way, bhatke hue Muslims only today. And therefore, the CIA handler who spoke to Aurangzeb's teacher every night.
Kill them. That's how ridiculous the argument is. You know, I find it a shame that people only realized, despite all the rhetoric that Iran wants to kill all Jews, that the only time we realized that Jews were actually in Iran was when Israel blew up a synagogue in Tehran. Tehran has 30 synagogues, by the way. 6,000 Jews live in Tehran. Other issues, let's see if I can go even quicker. The Quran says very clearly there's no compulsion in religion. It has not. There's actually 4 mentions of the word compulsion in the Quran, and every single one, it's always not to compel. Every single one. There's not a verse that's not.
It's such a libertarian negative rights religion, guys. What's the problem? तो फिर problem क्या है? सिर्फ भटके हुए Muslims को ignore करो.
That's not mentioned. One second. There's not a verse that's not mentioned often, which is, it said, if God so willed, he would have created the whole world following one religion. So if that's the case, who are you to compel when basically religion should be only for God, i.e. God decides who is guided and who is not. That's not a verse of the Quran, right? We're not allowed to compel anyone to become Muslim. But also, sure.
Might not thanks to Riyadh.
Well, you can if you probably say, I'm not sure about Riyadh. But in Pakistan, which is an Islamic republic, you can just say you're Christian and you get beer, right?
That's the metric of the discussion of whether West must be suspicious of Islam or not. Pakistani Christians have the legal right to drink alcohol. Therefore, the West must not be suspicious of Islam, guys.
The point is that let's pick the worst country we can find out of 50 countries and judge all Muslims by it, when the vast majority clearly go against your argument. Oh yes, it was said, doesn't Islam say you must kill gays, people who are homosexual? No, it doesn't. Not in a single verse, not in a single hadith. Brother, please tell me, how many gays did the Prophet Muhammad kill then? Why are you silent now?
Oh, now we are going to discuss the personal life of Prophet Muhammad. Until now, it was lack of consensus and bhatke hue.
Right? How many gays did he kill?
Does the Quran actually not preach death for people who engage in homosexual sexual acts?
The Quran doesn't say, the Quran actually doesn't talk about that. It talks about people who have sex outside of marriage. But the point is, let me correct you. So, like, look, I know you're getting anxious, but like, please let me finish my point, sir. You know, freedom of speech. So,
freedom of speech, yes, in UK, sir. But in Pakistan, yes, Christians can drink alcohol.
So let me.
Said your freedom of speech, absolutely.
Sorry?
You keep saying.
Yeah, but you have to let me speak first, and then I can give way to you. I haven't even started speaking, sir. Okay. All right. I think you have to judge religion based on the teachings, on the text, because that's where the religion comes from. If we judged religion or any moral ideology or belief system by its adherents, we would basically condemn all morality and humanity at all, because there's always criminals, always someone that are self-centered, despite their high-minded claims.
Bhatke hue.
Also, the laws that do exist on some of the books in Muslim world, unfortunately, were taken from somewhere. The idea of the homosexual was invented in the 19th century, as in the idea that you should classify was the person. And then the Victorians developed an idea that you should be intolerant about these people. It was a mental disease. And then they imported it or exported it into the Muslim world, when we never had the concept of the heterosexual, bisexual, homosexual. Everyone was just people, right? So, and then we're blamed for basically adopting an older version of the West. We have to update to West 2.0, and we're being blamed for still on West 1.0. I would argue we should be in West 0.0, but it's because in Islam, we didn't have such persecutions that the West encountered. Let me finish that, then I'll take it. I'll take it in a second. All right, I'll take it in a second. So I didn't accept it.
Sorry, gentlemen, he said he'll take one in a moment. Please allow him to continue. Thank you.
So basically, if the Muslim world doesn't accept the forcefully imposed ideas and concepts from the West, we're somehow being intolerant of the West. That's kind of how you've been sounding throughout this entire discussion today, actually. I think the second thing is Sharia can't be imposed on non-Muslims. The Quran says, regards those Jews and Christians, Jews coming to the Prophet Muhammad to seek his judgment, and then they didn't accept it. So what does the Quran say? If they don't accept it, then turn away from them.
Sharia cannot be applied to non-Muslims. So jizya ऐसे ही मांग लिया, भटके हुए थे.
You go judge by your own book. It says judge. The people of the book should judge by their own book. It's actually in the Quran. Okay, I'll take it one from you.
I guess Rig Veda also recommends jizya, but not for Hindu kings. Rig Veda says, whenever there's a Muslim king, then give him jizya. Nahi to chhod do.
Few points. There's more actions for bullshit. So what?
Mr. Jones-Lyons, please sit down. Thank you. Mr. Jones-Lyons, please sit down. Thank you very much.
Okay, if I may continue. Look, you know, the thing is, one of the issues that as Muslims face is that we are constantly on trial for our own existence.
For no apparent reason. Everybody in the world is out to get Muslims. Forever, for 1400 years. First, CIA funding Aurangzeb, CIA funding Osama bin Laden, CIA funding Charlie Hebdo, CIA funding Siraj-ud-Dowla, asking him to go pick up Hindu women from the ponds. But just specifically one religion. Why are you all, everybody, so unitedly opposed to just this one religion? Don't you all have better things to do? Don't you all have some casteism to do? Or Satyaprata, don't you have some wives to burn, guys? Or widows? Why are you bothered about just one religion? Everybody, for 1400 years all around the world, why do you humans have a problem with just Islam? And even though Pakistani Christians can drink alcohol, Even then you have problems with Islam for 1400 years. What the fuck are you doing, guys?
Like the stakes today is not an academic stake. The stakes are something much greater because these people propose certain policies, such as religious tests and ethnic cleansing. Remigration. And this is the threat that is basically upon a religious minority in the West. We're constantly in judgment.
A point of order has been raised, Mr. Fox.
Who is advocating for ethnic cleansing?
Here.
At any point this evening. The whole point of having a decent debate is in good faith.
This is point of order or point of information?
Mr. Fox, I hear your point of order. I hear your point of order. Ms. Anna Lucy, could I ask you to clarify who has advocated for ethnic cleansing?
Britain first. Members I've encountered of the Restore Party.
You're mentioning are not
some of the
Sarcasm के चक्कर में फंस गया. इससे तो अच्छा भटक जाता.
Some of the friends of which I will bring.
Mr. Annesley, I must ask you to withdraw the remark as it relates to the opposition bench, simply because the people that you're citing are not at this debate. Are you able to say that any of the gentlemen opposite have made that comment?
So that's fine. I retract. I'll say members of the far right.
Members of the far right. Members of the bhatke hue white yuva, if you will.
Members of the far right. For example, there was a case where a black person attended the United Kingdom march. There was Britain First guy there. The guy was there to support it, and Britain First said it's good. We'll get rid of the bad migrants first, and we'll save the good ones for last. Basically, if I remember. Anyway, there's a video on it online. You can see it's been doing the rounds. Okay. So if Sharia can't be imposed on non-Muslims, what about the command? Is there a command or the alleged command to kill all non-Muslims wherever you find them or anything like this? And this is wrong. And I will quote to you a classical medieval Islamic scholar, Ibn Taymiyyah. I quote Ibn Taymiyyah because Ibn Taymiyyah was actually been praised by ISIS, been praised by Al-Qaeda. He's looked up to for them, but let's see what he says. He's a medieval scholar, so he's not pandering to any liberal current day. So he says, the foundation is that the blood of Bani Adam, which is the tribe of Adam, is all human beings, is sanctified and inviolable, and no one is killed except by a right. Killing due to disbelief in Islam is not something which the legislations have agreed upon at any one time of Sharia, such as killing the one who sits out of combat, for this is something that the legislators have and the intellect do not differ over. The blood of a non-Muslim during the time since early Islam was sanctified and inviolable, just like the original sanctity of the person from Bani Adam. So as Allah prevented Muslims from killing such anyone who's non-Muslim, considering a non-Muslim. This is a medieval classical scholar. It's pretty straightforward. But then the question arises, why then did Al-Qaeda exist? What did the killers of Lee Rigby say they were doing it for, right? So,
point of order has been raised. I'll hear the gentleman.
Just as a question for clarification, has the remark on remigration has been withdrawn? Yes. I actually have a quote here from Tommy Robinson. I would have remigration. It's time for many Muslims to leave this country if they're not going to integrate or assimilate. It's time to go home.
Yeah.
I hear the honourable gentleman. I hear the honourable Mr. Advocacy, I hear the honourable gentleman's point of order. However, we are concerned with the comments in this chamber.
Okay.
I believe you're reading a quote from outside this chamber.
Who the fuck let that absolute idiot into Oxford Union's campuses and premises? The guy just again tattled to the teacher. Teacher, speaker sir, see, Tommy Robinson said this bad thing in Twitter. And you can't therefore criticize the debater here for bringing up quotes from elsewhere. My God. He was imaginarily addressing people who are not in this debate, and that that NRI guy thought it applies to any and every comment ever made in their entire lives. What a dumbass. How did he get into Oxford Union?
Chamber.
Okay.
Is that the case?
Yes, but I would leave.
I'm going to ask everybody to take their seats. I've ruled on the point of order. I will remind the gentleman that.
Yes, another hooting. Woo.
Point of order is not for simply reading quotes from outside the chamber. It must be to raise a matter concerned with the debate that is going on. Thank you. Mr. Andalusi.
Because my time is limited now, right? And I'll leave it to the imagination of everyone who here will be on his list of Muslims he will remigrate. So what about free speech?
Excuse me.
You can't do this.
I can. It's called my time to speak, sir.
Can I ask Mr. Andalusi to make some progress, Mr. Fox? I understand the point you're raising. Mr. Andalusi, can I ask you to continue? And can I ask you, Mr. Fox, thank you. Mr. Andalusi, can I ask you not to repeat that remark? We have already dealt with this point.
No, I need more than that. Right, okay. What about free speech? We've heard a lot about free speech. Well, I'll just give you an example of medieval Islamic free speech. Perhaps that would give you the best example, because you might say maybe Muslims here in this day and age in many countries don't fully understand what Islam requires them to do, quote unquote, vis-a-vis people who attack the Prophet Muhammad or criticize him. Well, firstly, the example of the Prophet Muhammad was he had a neighbor who was a woman who hated him, hated his message, and every day he'd come out, when he'd come back, she'd throw rubbish on his head, and he didn't do anything to her. Except there was one day when he came back and the woman didn't throw rubbish in his head. And what did he do? He went to her door, knocked on it, she opened it, and she was shocked to see him there. And he said, "Are you okay? I noticed that you didn't throw rubbish in my head, so I was concerned about you." And she said, "No one in all of the town has come to see me because I'm ill, except you." And then she embraced Islam. She was amazed at the person's morals. This is the example that Muslims follow. And I'll give you an example.
Yeah, and this is the stuff you'll find in Thus Spake Prophet Muhammad by Ramakrishna Mission. There are nice stuff in there.
From Islamic history, please, let me just at least quote an example. So you've probably heard, maybe you've heard of someone, a saint called Saint John of Damascus.
Although, what's that got to do with free speech? Who knows? Doesn't even understand what's the discourse surrounding free speech. What is there to be pro or against in the world of free speech? He gave a random nice story about Prophet Muhammad. What's free speech got to do with that? Oh, he allowed her to live. That's free speech. Just like the Madam President allowed these debaters into Oxford Union.
Why is he called St. John of Damascus? Well, firstly, let me talk about his book. So he published a book attacking Islam, quite vociferously, calling the Prophet a false prophet who wrote ridiculous compositions, randomly accused him of committing adultery, and wrote how that Muslims are like beasts who are destined to hell. Where did he publish this book? He published this book under the Umayyad Caliphate, Syria, during Islamic times. And then he had a student, Theodorus Abukaris, who wrote 15 more books criticizing, 15 more books attacking Islam. And he was invited to the court of Caliph Marwan to have a debate with Muslim scholars in front of the Caliph. And at the end, by his own account, he was given gifts and a mantle for his good debating skills, even though he had not embraced Islam and he had.
So that's again proper free speech, and we are now listening to a bunch of non-bhatke hue Muslims.
Kept on attacking. And what happened to him? The Muslim scholar Isa bin Sabih al-Murda published a book refuting him. And that was it. This is Islamic free speech. And I'll leave it with one final.
And then these bloody Aurangzeb and ISIS types of people do not listen to these nice verses, do not read the Ramakrishna Mission, the Spake Prophet Muhammad book. Neither do they listen to these Oxford Unions. They read up some of their own made up understandings and then go about killing people. That's how they become bhatke. That's their working manual, you see. How to be bhatke. Do not listen to Oxford Union. And if you listen to Oxford Unions, you'll never be bhatke again.
Point, because my time has been heavily limited, unfortunately. Does everyone know the quote, "Live and let live"? You've heard of it? Does anyone know a famous person or an infamous person that said it? You don't know? Or you're not gonna like what I say next. I'm gonna give you someone that you won't be able to get out of your head. There was a guy that said it relatively recently. His name is Osama bin Laden. He said it, and you can check in the book by Dr. Bruce Lawrence, the composition of the statements by Osama bin Laden, when he said, and let me explain the context. Right? It's easy to scoff, but it's harder to actually investigate the nuances of reality. The issue is, yes. Osama bin Laden was asked in an Al Jazeera interview.
The nuances of reality in which CIA funds Aurangzeb.
Why are you fighting the West? And also you have declared that non-combatants can be attacked. So he said that because the West kills our women and children, and I want to protect our women and children by making the West pay a price to feel our pain in the same way to stop them from bombing us. This is not an Islamic logic, by the way. And then the person asked him, but that's not the Prophet Muhammad.
Guys, this is genius stuff. So there is another loophole to becoming a bhatke hue now. Now, you don't even have to be bhatke hue Muslim to do stuff in the name of Islam and kill people. You can simply be a civic nationalist person who just happens to be Muslim, but is simply worried about innocent Muslims getting harmed by USA and Israel. Therefore, he takes up arms. So, a truly non-bhatke Muslim does not take up arms. If he does take up arms, he is bhatke hue Muslim. And also, there is a third kind of Muslims who is not bhatke, who is a good Muslim, but takes up arms for civic nationalism issues and human rights, and women were involved. So feminism, yeah. Feminism is the reason that a good Muslim takes up arms, and misrepresentation of Islam is the reason all other Muslims take up arms. And the rest of the Muslims do not even believe there is violence required. These are the three types of Muslims you are dealing with. And therefore, the West must not be suspicious of Islam.
Forbid the targeting of non-combatants. And you know what Osama bin Laden said? You're right, it is forbidden in the Quran and Sunnah. But then he says, but this prohibition, he believes, let me finish there, this prohibition, he believes, is not absolute. Because he says in the modern world, which is not an Islamic text or something, he says we should reciprocate how the enemy fights us. And then he claims that Islamic scholars have permitted this. I will finish it right now.
I must ask you to conclude.
Yes, okay. One last quote.
Gentlemen, please. Thank you. Mr. Sacredotti, you raised a point of order. What is your point of order?
We'd all like him to carry on. It's really funny.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sacredotti. That's not a point of order. Mr. Stiles, yes. What is your point of order?
Thank you. Let me.
Can the gentleman opposite confirm whether he condemns?
That is not a point of order, Mr. Stiles.
Mr. Osama bin Laden.
Mr. Stiles, sit down. That is not a point of order. Mr. Andalusi, I'm going to give you 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, I do condemn Osama bin Laden, his methods, because as a classical medieval Islamic scholar, Ibn Qurtubi says, it is not permissible for us to retaliate in the same manner, even if the enemy kill our women and children and cause sorrow to befall us. It is not permissible for us to act likewise with the intention of making them feel grief and sorrow. Medieval Islamic scholars understood the rules of war.
And I also understand now that the only true Muslim was Mahatma Gandhi.
Osama bin Laden wants to change it to become part of the modern world, to imitate the West. And he cites Winston Churchill's bombing of Germany. He said they can bomb civilians, why can't we? In Islam, this is a rejected argument. We don't copy monstrous actions. We don't become the monsters who fight us. But I will give one last sentence and I will conclude.
I'm sorry, but I must ask you to conclude.
Sure.
I'm sorry, we have rather longer.
I will. So when I said live and let live, what was I referring to his full phrase? He said, if the West stop attacking us, we'll stop attacking them. Live and let live. He did not say the Quran tells us to kill all non-Muslims and massacre them. He did not say it. So the issue is this. We talk a lot about what motivates terrorists. We talk a lot about what motivates terrorists, but at least quote them. Because Osama bin Laden never himself uses the argument that the Quran says to kill non-Muslims. So the only people that believe that Muslims can kill non-Muslims are those standing in opposition. Thank you.
I thank the honourable gentleman. I thank the honourable gentleman for his speech in opposition to the motion.
Mr. Chair, I mean, I must say, I'm not sure how I can top that. And I'm not referring to the duration. Yes.
So the album by Bin Laden, Live and Let Live, I hear it's great for side proposition.
He talks about live and let live, and then continues to quote Osama bin Laden on all kinds of different aspects. What the question I was going to ask you, Mr. Chair, was whether he condemns him, because if he does, I'm not sure why he quoted him so very much. I suppose that's a question for the gentleman, and you never took many of mine, so I'm going to wait. Now, I must say, Mr. Chair, when I first accepted to speak in this debate, I assumed I would be the most right-wing individual in the chamber. However, looking at the speakers alongside me, I'm pleased to report this is no longer the case. Instead, this debate has already achieved something I previously thought impossible. In fact, we've encouraged Mr. Jacob Rees-Mogg and Mr. Tommy Robinson to finally disagree on something. If anything, Mr. Chair, at least the Oxford Union still performs miracles. But that observation points to something quite important. The easiest mistake this House could make would be to assume that our argument belongs to one political tribe. That is not true. The argument I make tonight is not necessarily a conservative one, believe it or not. It is actually a liberal one. So, yes, Mr. Chair, I rise to propose the motion that the West does, in fact, have the right to be suspicious of Islam and Mr. Osama bin Laden. Here. Before anybody rushes to outrage, however,
let us be absolutely clear about what we are and what we are not arguing. We are not arguing that Muslims are lesser citizens. We are not arguing that Muslims deserve fewer rights. We are not arguing that Muslims deserve less dignity, less freedom than anybody else. Indeed, one of the defining achievements of Western liberal democracy.
This line of argument sounds nice. He's walking into a big trap. I don't know if the opponent will be able to make most of it, but none of his arguments hold if he says that, yes, have all the rights, but we will be suspicious of you as well. In the end, that's what they'll do. That's how they'll maybe save themselves. But in this context, you can't really say that you'll be suspicious of your fellow citizens and stuff. Unless he can make the distinction that I'm just suspicious of the religion in general, not any Muslim at all, regardless of their bhatke or not.
Is the principle that, as Martin Luther King said, and I'm sure you're a fan of him, sir, as well as Osama bin Laden, is that individuals...
Point of order.
Point of order has been raised. Mr. Lucy.
He said I'm a fan of Osama bin Laden, and in no way did I ever say that at all.
I hear the point of order. Mr. Stiles.
Actually, what I said, I'm sure he's a fan of him as well as Osama bin Laden.
Which does suggest that you think he's a fan of Osama bin Laden. I'm no English language graduate, but I think that's...
I'm willing to retract.
Mr. Stiles, can I invite you to withdraw the accusation that he is a fan of Osama bin Laden?
Of course, Mr. Chair. I'm willing to withdraw, but I will leave that judgment to the audience. Indeed, one of the defining achievements of Western liberal democracy is the principle, as I said, as Martin Luther King said, that individuals are judged based on the content of their character, not their religion and not their race. The Muslim citizen deserves the same rights as the Christian, the Jew, and the atheist who lives alongside them. What we are arguing is something much more simple, that ideas have no right to immunity from scrutiny. Religions have no right to exemption from criticism.
But those ideas don't even exist there. Those ideas are just thought to be misconstrued to be ideas in the first place by bhatke hue Muslims. So the problem kya hai?
Ideologies have no right to deference. The West has long been suspicious of numerous forms of ideas. Monarchism, fascism, communism, Islamism, to name a few. And if we have the right to be suspicious of every other major belief, why should Islam be uniquely exempt? One may criticize the authority of the pontiff, the Pope. One may criticize the authority of the Quran. There is no double standard, of course.
On that basis, when it's a threat against the dignity of Catholics?
No, of course not. No.
Point of information.
Of course.
But we're not arguing about whether you have a right to be suspicious of Islam, but whether you are right to be suspicious of Islam. There's a difference. I'm sure you agree.
The motion is we have a right to be. So the West is right to be suspicious of Islam. That's absolutely fine. I think we're right to be suspicious of all sorts of ideologies, including, as I mentioned, of Christianity, of monarchism, communism, fascism, which we have been historically. We're also right to be skeptical of Islamism, which Osama bin Laden seems to be a big fan of. Now, the opposition, Mr. Chair, have attempted to blur the distinction between criticism of Islam and prejudice against Muslims. But these are not the same thing. Suspicion of an idea is not hatred of a person. To question a doctrine is not to persecute its followers. Of course, I give way.
So you would quote Martin Luther King. If we accept Dr. King's principle that people should be judged on the content of their character, why should we judge nearly 2 billion Muslims by the actions of the French monarch?
Because the motion doesn't say judge Muslims or be suspicious of Muslims. It says suspicious of Islam.
I'll refer the lady opposite to my most previous sentence, quote, but these are not the same thing. Suspicion of an idea is not hatred of a person. To question a doctrine is not to persecute its followers. Our suspicion is particularly justified in Islam. Unlike many modern interpretations of religion, it is not always presented merely as a private spiritual faith. Many interpretations of Islam contain legal, political, and social prescriptions. They make claims about not only how individuals should live their lives, but how society should be organized and governed. When any belief system seeks influence over law, education, public morality, or political institutions, citizens don't only have a right, but a responsibility to question those ideologies. In addition to concerns regarding fundamentalist Islam abroad, for example in Iran and Afghanistan, we have witnessed, Mr. Chair, within our own society, serious challenges posed by Islamist extremism. The United Kingdom has spent decades confronting terrorist threats inspired by extreme interpretations of Islam. I direct all members to take a look at the MI5 terror watch list, made up overwhelmingly of Islamist terrorists.
PY, is the speaker aware that Islamism is not Islam?
Of course, of course. There was no...
That's Bhatkeism. Bhatkeism is not Bhatka, not the main thing, guys.
There's no indication that Islamism is the same as Islam. The point I'm making is many followers of Islam take it to the extreme, disproportionately compared to other religions. Of course.
What's the Prophet Muhammad business? By definition.
Well, I'm sure you know more about that, Tommy, than I would. We have also seen instances in which public authorities were reluctant to investigate or discuss pattern. No, I did not give you permission. Please sit down. We have also seen instances in which public authorities were reluctant to investigate or discuss patterns that emerged in certain criminal networks for fear of causing offence or appearing prejudiced. Whatever conclusions one draws from those cases, Mr. Chair, the lesson is clear. Fear of criticising ideas, cultures or communities cannot be permitted in the pursuit of truth. A liberal society must be willing to examine uncomfortable facts wherever they may lead. Of course, Mr. Chair, I'm talking about the rape gangs, one of the greatest domestic atrocities in decades. Thousands and thousands of young, white, working-class girls raped and abused. Yet the authorities, they're afraid to ask the difficult question.
Point to note is working-class girls, which means, guys, raise taxes, eat the rich, make them pay their fair share, then working-class girls won't be groomed.
About the perpetrators, the vast and overwhelming majority of whom were Pakistani Muslim men.
Point of information.
I give way.
That's factually not correct. According to the VKPP National Analysis reports, only 2.2% of Pakistanis are involved, of those who are committing child sex exploitation. Of the total amount of perpetrators, 2.2% are Pakistanis. How are they the majority? How are they the majority, sir?
That's fine. The rape gangs I'm referring to were mentioned in the J report. Were mentioned in the rape gang report published yesterday by Rupert Lowe. You may be a fan of him. I'm not sure. Of course, I give way.
On a point, across all child sexual offences in this country, around 88% of convicted offenders are white, and only a very small minority are from mixed or ethnic backgrounds. If we do not...
Again, guys, there exists nothing called per capita in her dictionary, which she, I'm sure, picked up at the Palestine airport, wherever her family is from. But first of all, he is giving examples of bhatke hue Muslims. That's not going to impress them anyway. But more white people have been convicted of S-worded crimes against young girls in Britain than Muslims. Therefore, the West need not be suspicious of Islam because per capita doesn't exist. And more importantly, if it's all of those criminals who are committing those crimes, do they have an organized machinery, human intelligence, human hierarchy, and organization to commit that act or not? Is there no difference between a petty thief and a mafia, or a gang member, or a guy who works for a mafia don? Are they the same things? If they are not the same things, then a random white guy graping somebody is not the same as a grooming gang. Organized crime and unorganized crime are not the same things. Madam President will learn it. I'm sure she's very young.
Call that a white sex offender epidemic. Why is the speaker entitled to call it for a smaller subset a Muslim one? The Home Office's own December 2020 review of group-based child sexual exploitation found that offenders are most commonly white. Will the speaker tell the House he is equally suspicious wholesale of white men as a whole?
Thank you, Madam President. I was not referring to anybody's race. What I was referring to is the religion of Islam and how culturally it is proven very, very prominent in these rape gangs. No, thank you. I would direct the members of the House to the rape gang report published yesterday by the Member of Parliament for Great Yarmouth, particularly to page 18, where the most egregious testimonies of all begin, those of the survivors. To recognize this fact is not to condemn ordinary Muslims. Indeed, many of the victims of Islamist extremism around the world are themselves Muslim, but a particular ideology giving rise to movements that reject pluralism, individual liberty, democratic governance, and freedom of expression, citizens must be able to ask questions about those ideas. Indeed, every scientific advance and every philosophical breakthrough begins with the willingness to ask difficult questions. A society that loses this ability and the right to be suspicious loses the capacity to think critically. Ultimately, Mr. Chair, this debate is not alone about Islam. It is about whether any set of ideas should be protected from scrutiny, because criticism may offend, of course.
The debate is not actually about whether the West has a right to be suspicious of Islam. It is very specifically the West is right.
And I pointed to
a bit of a distinction there. We're not saying you don't have a right.
Thank you, Madam President. I pointed to many examples as to why we would be right to, for example, the rape case. So if the answer is yes, that we should allow these ideas to be sheltered from scrutiny, then liberal democracy has fallen face first. It has failed. If the answer is no, and we should question these ideas, then the motion must stand, and you all must vote in proposition. We ask for no special suspicion of Islam. We ask for no lesser rights for Muslims. We ask only for the equal application of a principle at the heart of Western civilization, that every idea, however ancient, however influential, however sacred, must be questioned and is right to be criticized. Islam is a powerful and influential set of ideas. Like with every other powerful set of ideas, it may be examined, criticized, and yes, regarded with suspicion. And if there is one thing everybody in this room can agree with, it is that being suspicious of propositions is entirely reasonable.
If I was a debater on the pro-Muslim side, I would be right now conjuring up the counter arguments in my head, but I would also be very elated and charged up and motivated because I smell blood and I taste blood right now as a debater, because what he has done is he has taken an inferior position, seemingly, and the seemingly is the entirety of the situation. It's apparent inferior position that's going to simply motivate and charge up the opponents, because he's saying it's just a tantrum, I'm a liberal and I have the right to criticize any idea, so let me just criticize Islam as well for those reasons, because he ends up saying must be criticized. That's where you make it, turn it into a tantrum of a 4-year-old. Yes, I just want to criticize it. Let me criticize it for no reason. Yeah, that is generally a correct argument if you're just defending free speech, but not on whether specifically Islam needs to be a suspicious artifact for the West or not. There you can't say, no, I actually must be suspicious of Islam just because I'm suspicious of a bunch of other things as well.
After all, you've spent the last 10 minutes being suspicious of mine. So, of course.
So the motion is actually, this House believes the West as a whole is right to be suspicious.
No, in debate, being correct is not the only factor. It's often not the factor at all. It's about giving the vibe that you are winning.
Suspicious of Islam. You're referring to individual suspicions and individual lines
because
of
it's a spectator sport.
But this motion is referring to, and what I hope...
I think we have the point, sir. Please allow the speaker to respond.
Is it a systemic?
Oh, that NRI guy has come up and has uttered the word systemic, guys. Now we are going to have a fun time.
Sir, please allow the speaker to respond. Thank you.
Well, there was about 4 questions in there. I'm not sure which one to respond to. I'll go with the second or the third, or maybe the fifth. I'm not sure. What I would say to you is, in America, they're very suspicious of Islam, and they've had a very successful immigration policy. Over here, we're increasingly, as a society, suspicious of Islam for some of the reasons I've mentioned, including the rape gangs, including the MI5 terror watch list, made up overwhelmingly of Islamist terrorists. So I hope that answers one of your vast array of questions. Now, for those reasons, Mr. Chair, including the fact that most of this room have probably been very suspicious of my propositions for the last 10 minutes, and maybe rightly so, I am also suspicious of Islam. And for those reasons, Mr.
Yeah, Anand, technical points are important for whom? Did you see any technical points from the other side? It's being encouraged and it's allowed, being allowed, because it's going to be just about vibes.
Mr. Chair, I beg the House to vote in proposition. Thank you very much.
Mayuresh, right? Yeah, pretty much. At this point, I would be able to debate any American and right-winger commie half drunk, half asleep, and half shot to shit on ayahuasca, because we have the more updated arguments, we have the more updated situation. They don't know what they're about to face. We have faced those, survived those, and have come up with arguments after the fact. So yes, it's not even a question of whether a brown guy can actually do it better or not. Tommy Robinson, Ben Shapiro, Vivek Ramaswamy, there are some like that, but the overwhelming majority of their right wing is way less equipped to deal with at least this situation than us.
I thank the honourable gentleman for that speech closing the case for the proposition, and I call upon the excellent...
Mr. Chairman, may I begin by adding my congratulations to the President for being incredibly steadfast and stalwart against extraordinary pressure and hostility from people who ought to have known better and should have supported her in defending free speech. And I thank Mr. Robinson for accepting...
How did they not support her in upholding free speech? Tommy Robinson came in and everybody, all the debaters, thanked them specifically, thanked their balls for having put up this, organized this debate. Although they were protecting Tommy from their own people, either commies or Muslims. So I don't know how that proves that Islam need not be feared. I'm wondering what's the support that could have been extended to that Madam President, who saved single-handedly, who prevented, made sure Tommy Robinson isn't literally cooked. What support?
The invitation to come to an audience that he didn't
Invitation to de diya at least.
necessarily expect to be favourable. Free speech requires both sides of the argument to be put. I also congratulate the member who just spoke from Christchurch for his elegant speech, which unfortunately elegantly spoke about a different motion. And that is often a problem with the Oxford Union Society, that when a motion
That's what your side was doing for this entire 2.5 hours.
says one thing and a speaker thinks something else, he tries and talk around the subject. No, we've had quite a bit from you already, but we might come back to later. And I want to speak strictly to the motion. The West is right to be suspicious of Islam. And here, Mr. Chairman, I'm disappointed, because I thought I was coming up against the hard men of the right of British politics, the people who have a reputation for being tough and forthright and powerfully patriotic. And it turns out that they are wee, sleek-it, carrion, timorous beasties, because they have no confidence in the West, in their nation, in the religion that has made our nation fine and great and strong.
भरोसा रखो कुछ नहीं होगा. This is another line of argument. This is great. Do not be suspicious of Islam because you are just too good. No matter what the threat, nothing will happen to you, bro. Trust me. Chill. काहे इतना प्रेशर का है? टेंशन लेने का नहीं, टेंशन देने का चीज है. So don't worry about Muslims. Just go to Syria and bomb the fuck out of Libya next. That's his suggestion.
Instead, they're sitting there in their homes at night.
This is nice.
Fretting.
He doesn't even have to go to the bhatke hue argument. He doesn't have to say, yes, there is violence in Islam and it's good. He doesn't have to say, no, there is no violence in Islam. He doesn't have to say it's CIA, Mossad. He just has to say, Britain is too good. It's too awesome. Christianity is too awesome. It has no threat. Nothing will happen. Chill.
That we're suddenly going to be converted to Islam. Well, I'm not. Let me be quite clear about this. Because I believe in the enormous strength of the West and of Western values. And one of those Western values is that we believe in freedom of religion. But we partly believe in that because freedom of religion, freedom of ideas, freedom of speech, of which freedom of religion must be a substep, has made us strong. We have, whisper it quietly in the West, benefited from Islam during our history. What about Al-Khwarizmi, circa 820, even a bit before my time, who gave us the advantage of numbers? It took us 300 years to get his numbering system into Latin, or even...
Guys, now you must not be suspicious of Islam because they brought biryani and architecture into your country.
Into English. But that has been the foundation of capitalism. Without the numbering system that has come to us from Islam, we would not have the strength of capitalism that has...
There would be no capitalism without the numbering system of Islam. Oh my God. So not only was Aurangzeb funded by CIA, Osama bin Laden is not a real Muslim. Now, oh, and I said Muhammad. Mohandas Gandhi, Mahatma Gandhi is a true Muslim because he was in favor of tolerance and peace and non-violence. And now we find out Chanakya was also a Muslim because without the numbering system that Islam gave us, Chanakya would not have been able to write the Arthashastra. What would he talk about? What economics? What finance, bro? There is no numbers. संख्या वो क्या चीज है? वो कब लैटिन में भोसरी के ट्रांसलेट होगा दाराशिकों के हाथों से, उसके बाद हम व्यवसाय करेंगे. वाह वाह. This is on par with Ram Madhav's argument at NatCon. Finally, Ram Madhav has met his match.
Made us strong and rich and prosperous and successful. But what about the Laffer curve? Now, there may be some people here who like the Laffer curve. I love it. I love this idea that lower taxes are a jolly good thing. I want them to be a good deal. Who gave us the advantage of numbers. It took us 300 years to get his numbering system into Latin or even into English. But that has been the foundation of capitalism. Without the numbering system that has come to us from Islam, we would not have the strength of capitalism that has made us strong and rich and prosperous and successful. But what about the Laffer curve? Now, there may be some people here who like the Laffer curve. I love it. I love this idea that lower taxes are a jolly good thing. I want them to be a good deal lower.
Guys, कल से ये याद रखना, please. Okay? 2 or 3 key takeaways आज के इस ये ज्ञान बांटने का जो माहौल हमने जमाया है. एक है कि औरंगजेब was funded by Muslims, CIA. Every bad Muslim you've ever heard of was not really a Muslim, and there would be no capitalism without Islam. Finally, RSS might be right, therefore. You see, capitalism is not a Western-style capitalism project. Capitalism is a Middle Eastern Islamic Golden Age project, which is why you must be socialist, which is why Chanakya was also a Muslim. Holy fuck. Why would anybody need any intoxicating drink or product after this? Just snort this shit. Take out your Bluetooth headphone, guys. Keep it in front of your nose and take one drag. This does get you high. The directions that your brains will get into, the path never taken inside your own brain, paths you didn't know existed inside your own brain, those neural pathways are today going to get accessed by you.
But Arthur Laffer himself recognizes the value of Ibn Khaldun, who wrote 600 years before Arthur Laffer in 1377. Beginning to come into my time. I think I was probably at school by then, but hadn't come up to Oxford yet. 1377, 600 years. What did he say? It's rather wonderful how he put it. He said that when a sultan comes to the throne, he has low taxes and lots of income. And when he's old, he has high taxes and no income. That is a beautiful encapsulation of the Laffer curve. And it comes from an Islamic scholar. If only the West had the wisdom to be a little bit less suspicious of some things that come from Islam, we might have lower taxes and a strong growing economy. And I would
say Osama bin Laden.
Well, I know the side opposite of friendly obsession with of Mr. bin Laden. I'm not a fan of his. Let me make that absolutely clear. I think
Osama bin Laden.
And oh, go on, I'll give way to you.
Could you maybe come up with something a little more current from an Islamic scholar like, say, Osama bin Laden or someone?
Well, I know the side opposite of friendly obsession with of Mr. bin Laden. I'm not a fan of his. Let me make that absolutely clear. I think he's one of the most evil men to have come into the world in the last 100 years. No, yes, to come into the world in the last 100 years. A fundamentally evil, bad man. But
that's also not the debate. That's also not what they were actually meaning to ask you, sir. Was he a bug or a feature? Was he a random bad man? Or was he a part of an organized bad behavior gang? That's all.
If we go through the history of evil and bad men, are they all Muslim? Or dare I say that there are some Christians who have committed great and evil acts? There are people of all faiths. There are particularly atheists. who are very dangerous. Stalin was an atheist, one of the great killers. Mao was an atheist, one of the great killers. You can't blame Mao and Stalin on Islam.
But we can blame communism. That is the fucking point.
And those are the risks we should be worried about. We should be worried about China and about Russia, people who threaten our safety. One, a totalitarian atheist state, and one, probably...
Now England is all of a sudden a threat. England is so good that it can never be a threat from Islam. But it's so weak that it is in fact vulnerable to Russia, China, communism, and some other countries, but not Islam. At that moment, whenever you utter the word Islam, all of a sudden that imperialist British government and state comes into full force. The EIC is up and running. Their giant ships are again spreading everywhere. And there is capitalism and Laffer curve and Islamic numbers. Chanakya's own rendering or rendition of Islamic numbers. And then, when face to face with communism, again, England, I think, gets back to its old pre-imperialist self, which was a poverty-stricken shithole of a country. Or now, like it is now, only in terms of Islam, it becomes that great country.
Probably an Orthodox state. The Orthodox Church's relationship with the Russian state is pretty close. But do I dismiss all orthodoxy? Or do I in fact want it to come into union with Rome? And what about other people who have been important? I'm going to make the comparison, and I know my honourable friend opposite doesn't like to have historical comparisons, but they matter. We learn from our history. But the Christians in 1204 sacked and pillaged and destroyed Constantinople. They stole things, they took things, some of them you can still see in Venice today.
You see, guys, Christianity did bad things. Therefore, the West must not be suspicious of Islam today. And since the Christians did bad things, therefore Christians are strong enough to prevent Islamism and prevent Islamism without being even suspicious of Islamism.
In 1453, the 21-year-old Mehmet II took Constantinople. Do you know what he did? He wrote down some of the great works of Western literature, scholarship, and philosophy.
Can you believe we had a guy called Darashiko who was being funded by the Mossad, and then his brother who was being funded by the CIA killed him? Jokes apart, yes, we know people like Darashiko exist. And yes, people like Darashiko are killed by the overwhelming majority of Muslims.
So that they were preserved. He had ancient manuscripts copied for their preservation. These are documents that might otherwise have been lost to us and to Western civilization. So my starting point on this suspicion is we should of course not be suspicious, because there are times when freedom of religion, recognizing what other people can do, has benefited our way of life. And I am a great and unapologetic advocate for our way of life. Because when you go back to Mehmet II and you roll on for the next 100 and 150 years, Constantinople was the greatest, the richest, the cleanest, the most civilized city in the world. We were a backwater in comparison. But how did we succeed? What made us work? What made us work is that we developed a constitutional system of which we should be immeasurably proud and which is so strong that we can afford to have 6% of the country being Muslims without worrying about it at all. They are welcome fellow citizens. They are not going to take us over because our constitution will not allow Sharia law to become the law of the land. A democratic Westminster Parliament will not vote for that.
So you see, guys, the Bhatke part is not the issue. It's not the issue of whether England and Christianity is strong enough to resist a nationwide conversion and stuff. The only issue is the constitution. It's the British Constitution which is going to save England, guys. It's just the Constitution. Didn't you know? A book. It's not even a written constitution, by the way. That's going to save England.
So fear not. And what goes on in Iran is not what is going to happen in Westminster. So all these things we've heard about terrible punishments that apply in Islamic countries is for the birds. That is not going to be applied in the United Kingdom or in the United States or across Europe. We're going to be able to keep our way of life, have confidence, have faith. Now, confidence and faith, I give way to the Honourable Gentleman. There is no legality of Sharia law in this country as law. And did you know this is one of our most ancient statutes that is still on the statute book. The 1267 Statute of Marlborough makes it illegal for justice to be given out in this land by any court other than the King's courts. It is still the law of the land. It is one of the shortest acts of Parliament. It is our law. It makes our law equal for everybody in this country. And anyone who has Sharia law applied to them may apply to the King's court to have it disapplied. I'll give way again.
Your government, you was in charge of Conservatives in 2018, done a study into the 100 Sharia tribunals in the UK. You put 2 Muslims ahead of it, 50% on the panel of Muslims, and we were advising can't vote them. This is by your governments.
I know the point. I will happily answer this. They are tribunals, that's the point. They are not compulsory law. The Holy Catholic and Apostolic Church judges on marriages. It is allowed to. The Act Against Appeals was repealed in the 1960s. There are other churches and other places that have their own internal laws.
So, England is strong enough to resist Islamism because the constitution will save them. But at the same time, even if it's Sharia is creeping into the British state in some portions, in some parts, it's just tribunals, guys. Trust me, it's not going to get further than that. Although at this up until this point, I was kind of hinting at the claim that none of it is happening, but even if it is happening a little, it's going to stay just that, a little. It's not going to escalate further. It's not going to. Trust, guys, have some faith. Okay, there was a question I wanted to answer. Yeah, the constitution will set us free, guys, and deliver us into democracy. That's what he believes.
But they do not overtake. I won't give way again. It's getting late. I think everyone's probably quite keen to go home. But we've outlasted the protesters, haven't we? Which is, I think, a very good thing to have done. Oh, I've been having a go at this lot for being wet wipes, but they're the serious wet wipes. Come on, I'll give it to it again.
45 women's institutions in the UK invited the government during an investigation for the invasion be suspicious. 8 international organisations, many of them.
I admire the Women's Institute marvellously. I think it's a fantastic organisation, but I don't particularly need to take my political opinions from the Women's Institute. That a few institutes right to say they're suspicious of something is not Holy Writ. It has to be said. It's a question. I won't give way any further because I do need to allow people to go home and to bed, to sleep, perchance to dream. But I wish to, or in some cases they may have other intentions, but I won't go into that. They may worry it's not allowed under some laws or another, and it's probably not allowed by Holy Mother Church either. So anyway, I'm expecting everyone to behave very well. I want to stick to this constitutional point because we should be so proud of our constitution. And what is it? It is democracy, it is the rights of property, it is the rule of law, it is freedom of speech. If you go back to my great hero, Sir John Fortescue, he set this out in the 15th century, saying why it works in this country, why we are prosperous, is because the king is under the law, not the law. And that's why, over hundreds of years, we have reached, and countries like us have reached this level of prosperity, which Constantinople failed to do, because in totalitarian, despotic regimes, what you make can be stolen. This isn't Islam, it was the way Constantinople was run, and if you look at the Islamic countries, most of them have very corrupt and bad governments. And that has led to serious problems for them. And the ones that have money are beginning to try and copy us. So the UAE and very slowly Saudi Arabia are trying to develop to be more like us. If I were in Saudi Arabia, I would be saying I'm very suspicious of Christian values because that's what they're beginning to have imposed on them. Why? Because our values work. Our values have led to prosperity and they support freedom of religion. But I'm going to upset all my friends who I've been supporting this evening at this point, because fundamental to our values is, of course, our Lord and Savior. The reason the West is strong is because of Christ, and because of the resurrection.
ये क्या switch shit bait and switch कर रहा था भाई हमजा अली white boy.
The resurrection is borne witness to in the Gospels. It is borne witness to by the deaths of the apostles who were martyred having seen the resurrection. And that underpins the values of our society. And as our Lord himself said to St. Peter, you are the rock on which I build my church, and the gates of hell shall never prevail. Nothing will prevail against our values because our values are underpinned by that underlying truth that is Christ. And that is why I object to this motion so strongly. I think it is misplaced. I think it's basically cowardly. I think it is weak. I think it accuses individuals of having a collective guilt, which is Marxism. And they're not hard right at all over there. Desperate old pinkos, it turns out. But it comes fundamentally down to what our values are built on. And Mr. Chairman, I'm very glad you ruled in favor of objects, because I have an object in my pocket. I have an object which is a cross. The cross, literally, on which our Lord and Savior died, because inside there is a piece of the true cross. Christus vincet, Christus regnat, Christus imperat.
The people on Tommy's side were clapping hardest for him. That was weird. That was interesting. Okay, then guys, we'll go offline quickly. This was fun. We now have more updated arguments on what's facing us. Thanks for joining in this pretty funny conversation. Thanks a lot for staying up this late, guys. See you all soon. Bye-bye. Yeah. Good night. See you all soon.
Sani pagari sani sa gari gama pama gari sani pagari sani sa gari gama gari gari sani sani sa sani gama gari gari sani sani sa Mama pani sa gari sani pani sani mama pani sa gari sani mama pani sani sani pani sa ni pa gari sani sa gari mama gari gari